Good morning, good afternoon, good. Greetings, everybody. David Ellefson from Megadeth here. Thank you for tuning in. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you may be around the world. We're glad that you're here with us for the Jackson, Charvel, and EVH Takeover, sponsored by Andertons Music in Guildford in the UK. And we've got a full day, about 5 hours of music, chatting, Q&A. We can see your questions and comments, so we look forward to hearing from you. And also, we're going to bring some of your comments in and riff on those a little bit. We've got some great guests here. Brandon Ellis from the Black Dahlia Murder. We've got Angel Vivaldi and Misha Mansoor will be joining us, all signature artists with Jackson guitars. As you see, I have one in the background and a bunch more over here in my home office, home studio, where I do a lot of my work. So but we thank you for joining us. It's a great way to kick off the new year here. StreamYard has been our friend in doing so many of these great things. So as we get started, I want to first introduce to you John Romanowski. He is the VP Category Management of the Specialty Brands. Boy, that's a mouthful. You got to say that every day, John?
No, I try not to.
You walk around the office? Is that what your name tag says?
Yeah, I just have a billboard, like a sandwich board. I walk back and forth.
So you're joining us from Scottsdale, Arizona, the headquarters of all things Jackson, Charvel, and EVH. I myself am here. I think we're about 10 minutes from each other. We're socially distancing down the street. So you and I get a chance to work together quite a bit. I've been back with the Jack bases now for over a decade, about 11 years now, and you and I get to things, dream up things, cut up some boards and make guitars and make, in our case, basses and stuff. So
indeed we do.
Turn it over to you to let you give the introduction to everybody here of where we're at, where we've come from, where we're at, and where we're headed. With all three of these brands.
We'll most definitely cover that today. So, yeah, I'm at our intergalactic headquarters here in Scottsdale. I would have said sunny Scottsdale, but it's actually raining here today. Believe that. So if you want to give you a little view of what this sort of place looks like, I'm in the Legends conference room, right? And there isn't a single soul in the building except for, I think, engineering guys. So this is one of two of our main conference rooms here. And I figured this would be a more appropriate venue to have today's discussion instead of, say, like my kitchen or my home office, which really isn't nearly as exciting as this. So as David mentioned, my name is John Romanowski. I'm the Vice President of Category Management for the Jackson, Charvel, and EVH brands. And I want to thank you for letting us hijack your airwaves today. And so before we get started, I just want to thank folks at Andertons. It's really delighted and honored to be here today. It's a real privilege. So thank you for that opportunity. So before we get started, I'll give you a quick sort of run of show today. And I think I want to touch on a few things. I was asked to sort of walk everyone through kind of how we go to market with stuff. So I'll talk about, sort of my team, my group, my immediate team, and some of the cross-functional groups we work with, and sort of explain the process and how we bring guitar and or amplifier to market, because obviously with EVH, we have the amplifier component as well too. And then throughout the segment, I believe today, Andertons will be showcasing some new products, but rarely we couldn't get everything to them. We released, I think, over 100, it's like 108 SKUs for the first half of this year between Charvel, Jackson, and EVH, so we couldn't get everything to them, unfortunately. But as you see behind me, I have some of my personal favorites. So I want to spend, if you would indulge me, I want to spend a little time walking you through some of that stuff. And then as we kind of near sort of the home stretch, the next 15 minutes, we'll open it up for questions and answers. So you get an opportunity to roast me. Please be gentle. Or ask me any kind of questions that seem to be top of mind. So I figured, trying to get a glimpse behind the go-to-market process might be kind of cool, because I know from my own experience, my own family doesn't really know what I do. They think I just hang out all day and play guitar, which sometimes I do, but there actually is some sort of discipline and rigor to what we do. So let's talk about just a quick refresher. So with Charvel and Jackson, some people know this, some people don't, but it is a wholly owned asset of FMIC, the Fender Musical Instrument Corporation, and that's I think that occurred back in 2002, if I recall. So it's odd because from time to time I see chatter on the internet. Some people know that, some people don't. But for the last 18 and a half years, these brands have been part of the FMIC portfolio. And we don't typically talk about that in the messaging because I'm not sure how relevant that really is. We have a tendency to more focus on either artists that are associated with our brands. That's kind of a big thing for us, or focus on the value proposition of whatever products we're promoting at whatever particular time. But that remains a fact. We're part of the Fender Collective, which I think from time to time has been the source of debate, which I'll let people have their opinions of that. But I can tell you, the last 5 or 6 years, we have an amazing group of dedicated professionals that I get to work with that are very, very passionate about bringing insanely great products to market. So being part of this and having access to those resources and such is huge. It allows us to make sure we bring the best things to the market that we possibly can for you. So I think it's a big win for us. So that's the Charvel Jackson relationship with Fender. EVH is a bit different. EVH is essentially an exclusive licensing partnership. So I believe that began in 2005 here. So we're going on 16 years if I do the math right. So I guess 16 years young. So our approach to development and bringing products to market is a little bit different. One of the things that's two things that are most different. One, our planning and timing horizon for bringing products to market is much longer. Typically, we're looking at like increments of 3 years, like a rolling 3 years type of thing in terms of our planning cycle. With EVH, it's much longer than that, mainly because prior to Edward's passing, we have tons of ideas of very, very prolific sessions in terms of sort of products, and we want to make sure we got all that stuff documented. And then the other piece too is that the folks on the EVH side of the liaisons with us have an opportunity also to evaluate and assess the products, and that's a bit different than how things work on the Jackson Charvel side. Well, except the executive team does it here. We work with those guys on that side. So EVH, much longer planning horizon, and sort of an extra layer of assessment that's a little bit different. But other than that, everything's pretty much the same. It's the same group of folks kind of behind the scenes working sort of both sides of the aisle, if you will. I think one of the main misconceptions is I think a lot of folks think we're just sort of sitting around here kind of daydreaming, maybe getting loaded, trying to figure out what the next thing we're supposed to be doing is. And there are some blue sky sessions, maybe not using chemical substance to alter the train of thought, but there's a lot of probably way more rigor and discipline applied to this process than probably most folks would imagine there is. So, well, how does that work? What do you mean by that? So, without getting into, I'll speak to the declassified stuff, and hopefully don't speak out of school here. So, in my capacity, for instance, what does a vice president of category management do? It's like, well, essentially, the main job is brand management and product development, right? That's the sort of the key thing. So we look at a brand as a collection of products, good and bad or what have you. So that's sort of what the ethos of the brand is. And so product development obviously fall under that particular heading or category. So in my capacity, my main job is to plan, organize, resource my team, and all the associated activities as it pertains to the product lines or categories in order to facilitate an outcome per the executive team. So nice clinical answer, but the trick here is I'm planning and organizing stuff. And yes, to some extent I get into the granular detail of things, but I really leave that up to my product team. And I have an exceptional group of talented guys, folks on my team. So on the Jackson side of life, there's a gentleman by the name of Peter Witchers. And for those of you who know, it is that Peter Witchers who was in soil work, yes. So Pete's main focus is the product development for the Jackson stuff. And with regards to EVH and Charvel, there's a gentleman by the name of Matthew Brown who handles all the nuts and bolts and granular activities of that particular thing. So those guys are working at a tactical level, granular level, to make sure the products and projects are moving along, and I'm zipping back and forth to kind of block, tackle, etc., to make sure that they get what they need to move things forward. Now, as I've been here, David mentioned earlier, we work pretty closely together. Probably talk about it a little bit later in the segment, but we work with him on his signature stuff, but he's also an advisory board member on some other special projects that we're working on. So we get to work closely quite often. And that's been going on for about 11 years, which is about the length of time that I've been here. So initially when I started here, I was in a product development role. As the business grew, and it's over the last 11 years, specifically the last 6, it's been growing at like an exponential rate. And that's happening. We've had to obviously add teammates and expand, et cetera, et cetera. So that's kind of the essence of my immediate group, right? But that just doesn't end there. There's much more to that than that. So while I have my immediate product line managers, we're also connected at the hip to our R&D group, which is an exceptional group of talented people, and our A&R teams. So we've got A&R folks dedicated to the different projects and endeavors that we're working on. So it's a really key component of having the synergies between those groups. So obviously the R&D guys, folks over there, they've got the technical know-how. So they're the guys that sort of bring stuff to life. Kind of sounds like a commercial, I guess. And the A&R component is the one that's managing the relationships with the artists when it comes to the signature projects. So they work with us as we're developing and bringing new signature models to market. So on the R&D side, some very, very talented folks, and I'm going to call out some names here. Shout out some guys. Brian Muskie runs the group. We got Lewis, Hayes, Connor, Alejandro, Chip Ellis, the mighty Shannon, John Gadesi. All those guys are on the guitar side of life, right? Fair amount of folks because we've got obviously multiple projects going across multiple brands. On the amp side of life, we got the mighty HK. We got James Brown. Yeah, that's James Brown. And Xander. And so those guys are taking care of the amplifier side of life. And then our A&R guys, who I like to refer to as Crockett and Tubbs, kind of a Miami Vice reference there. We've got Mike DePesta, who you'll probably see later today on one of the segments, in Mike Taft. They hold that aspect of the business down. I use the Miami Vice, I guess, analogy only because A&R is kind of like being a vice cop. You've got to use the orthodox techniques. You're keeping odd hours. It takes a really special talent to kind of operate in that environment and maintain discipline and actually affect an outcome. So it's not for everybody, but these two guys are definitely some of the best in the business. So that's the immediate group that sort of works to bring stuff to life. So the products came out this year, the year before, et cetera, et cetera. These are the folks behind the scenes kind of making sort of some of that stuff happen. So that's one facet, right? That's sort of the create piece. But there was another facet. And when you're in product line management, you also collaborate very closely with your sales and marketing peers, right? So, on the sales side of life, we find ourselves, riding along on pitches or when we're launching new products, doing preview meetings. Since we're the ones that are most intimately involved with the product, we're working with our sales counterparts and our channel partners. So folks like Andertons, for example, when we're showcasing or showing them new product introductions. So we interface at that level. And probably the most obvious thing, and probably usually when I talk to people, the thing they immediately zero in on is we also liaise with our marketing folks who are consumer facing. So that's important because we want to make sure that whatever campaigns they're putting into, they're putting into practice are mapped to whatever products and, key, business drivers. We want to make sure that we've got that synergy and that's mapped correctly there. So it's kind of like you're looking to your right, you're looking to your left, or so for example, we're sort of like a hub, and spokes of these different disciplines, and there's kind of two-way communication, sort of going back and forth. The sales piece is also super important. Mainly, in my career, I've been in sales leadership, so I have empathy for those folks. But they're a key source of intelligence for us in terms of the health of the business, the diagnostics of the business. They're giving us feedback. This was great. Don't do this ever again. You need to do more of this. Why didn't you do this? So it's important to have that kind of relationship open relationship where you kind of have to have tough skin because sometimes stuff doesn't work and you just gotta go, all right, back to the drawing board. And there's other times where it's like, man, we totally crushed it. It was just right out of the park. So they're an important asset for us in terms of, how are we doing? Where should we make course corrections, etc. So, we are sort of the hub, the disciplines and spokes, two-way communication, hopefully equals success. So at a high level, that's kind of how things sort of work. So, hopefully I didn't blow anyone's mind or disappoint anybody, dispel any, kind of grandiose visions of what we do here. That's kind of how it works. There is some discipline to this. So, we're not just sitting around waiting for the next, great idea to come around. We actually have a plan. Believe that, if you don't, it's the old adage, if you never plan to fail, you fail to plan, or I don't know what it is, something like that. So, we have rolling 3, in the case of the Jackson Charvel side, a rolling 3-year plan. It gives us some flexibility to change up. And with the EVH, as I mentioned later, it's a little longer. It's about, longer than 3 years, but shorter than 10. We'll leave it at that. We are constantly, kind of massaging and working that plan. There's check-ins 3 times a year. Make sure that we're on the right track, or if we've got to make some changes. For example, this year, demand has been just off the hook. Like we're having one of the best years ever. So some of the things we're planning on launching in the summer, we're actually pushing out 6 months. That type of a thing. So we've been in situations where we've seen opportunities come up and we can pull that in. So we're always sort of working that plan. Constantly monitoring the business, if you will, to ensure that, it's healthy. And it gives us the opportunity to optimize or de-optimize certain things. So we're having frequent meetings with, not just the sales folks, but also our planning folks. So we have an entire battalion of people that plan and plan all the production and are looking at the demand and ensuring that we've got the right inventory levels at the right time, which is a super tricky thing to pull off. So kind of tactically watching the business, all this other thing, we've got this 3-year plan layered over the top that, we're kind of watching and massaging and checking in, 3 times a year to make sure that we're not too far off in the weeds. And it's a perpetual process, right? So, it's kind of like breathing. You don't tell yourself, breathe, just sort of do it. So it's this kind of undulating, perpetual thing. And while we're doing that, obviously we're also watching the music scene, right? And our A&R partners are really great for keeping us up to date on the latest and greatest things there. And then we're watching, we're kind of probably one of the key things is just this sort of watch and listen. We're always watching, for different types of fashion trends in terms of color, different woods, different, technologies that come up. We may be looking at, fashion, automotive, even nail polish, believe it or not, for color ideas. And of course, we keep a keen eye on our peer competitors. We've got some competitors in the marketplace that are exceptionally astute and, are on their game. And so we keep an eye on them as well. So you take all this stuff and you sort of mix it together, and that's kind of what we do on a day-to-day basis. For example, right now, we are in the midst of one of our key planning evolutions. So we've sort of gone out and we've looked at the competitive environment, and we sort of know where we need to go from a financial standpoint. The executive team has communicated that to us. Okay, we're looking for this, all right? And, by this time, we've unveiled or have already started to launch a lot of our new products for the first half of this year. So we can already kind of see, what's working, what's not working. Thankfully, most of it's sort of doing very well. So we're very blessed there. Now we start, looking at our core models, the new models, and we start getting granular. We start playing with the nuts and bolts of stuff. So, for example, this year, 2021, products are pretty much baked. So there isn't too much development that needs to be done. We've already approved everything, and now we're just sequentially releasing things as we go through the year. Our real focus right now, which we would call year one, is really next year. So myself and my group, we're focused on getting the details worked out. And why would you do that? Why are you looking at next year? Why aren't you looking at the here and now? Well, the main driver there is essentially lead times, right? So our lead times can run anywhere from 6 to 12 to 18 months, depending on what we're doing. So we become a slave to that, and you got to plant your seeds now to ensure that the crops grow, next year, to use a farm analogy. So year one, at this point is getting pretty well baked. Year two will be year 2023, year three, 2024. And it's, a little bit more nebulous in terms of what things look like, but we have a general plan sort of framework that we're shooting for. So we're not just walking around aimlessly going, hey, let's just do this, let's do this. There is actually kind of a method to the madness, if you will. So, that's essentially, at a very high level, how things work and how we bring things to life here. But of course, there are some exceptions. So the two exceptions would be signature models and, for example, category expansion. So getting into categories or businesses that we haven't either done before or are looking to reinforce and expand. So signature models, for example, they sort of take on a different sort of gestation. One of the key pieces is to ensure that the personality of the signature artist is kind of embedded, infused in the models, right? So, it'll take probably, usually it's a little longer time in terms of development. It could be 12 to 16 months. So sometimes there's some, back and forth type of thing that goes on. And more importantly, many times, we're doing things we've never done before. So we're making new models. Some examples, for instance, so, Misha Mansoor's Juggernaut, that was a guitar that never really existed before. So we had to create something from nothing, right? And it takes a little bit of time until you kind of massage that and get it to where you need to. Or Chris Broderick's Soloist, great modern take on the soloist. It was an idea he brought to us, and it took better half of a year and a half to kind of get that all worked out before we could go to market. So while it's a longer gestation, the payoff is much better, but there's also a lot more activity and a lot more effort behind that as well too. So the signature model things, have a different cadence. And sort of take a different path, just because there's a little more complexity there. And then, on the category expansion thing, that's also, probably a more longer term, a more methodical thing. So I mentioned earlier, we work with David Ellefson quite a bit, not just on his signature line, but also he's an advisory board member with regards to our bass expansion. So the last several years, we've been making efforts to expand our bass portfolio. So we bring in, someone like David, for example, subject matter expert, to make sure that all the bases, no pun intended, are covered, and to ensure that we're getting insights that perhaps we might miss, right? So if we get into a new area or a new business, we'll often do that. We'll bring in some folks that we feel can give us an overview and some, insights into things to ensure that we bring the best possible products to life for you guys. So, a couple different ways to bring things to market. What I really didn't talk about too much was the product itself. I've been kind of generic and sort of glossing over things, but some general comments about the product. Perhaps as it pertains to series structure. So we're approaching the business. We want to make sure that there's sort of a good, better, best, ultimate kind of value proposition, to use an academic term. And our goal is to make sure that that value proposition is a visual one. So if you see a guitar that's $200, you see a guitar that's $4,000, you go, oh, I know why, right? So that's kind of one of the intuitive key types of things we try to infuse while we're doing the development thing. You take it to like the next level, you get a little, again, more granular into the nuts and bolts. So when you look at, say, the good component, right, we want to make sure that, when we look at our, the substitutes within that particular segment, if you will, we want to make sure that we're the best in class, right? So thankfully, we've got, just an amazing amount of talent here. I've worked for another guitar manufacturer, spent 12 years with another group, which was a very interesting experience, but the level and depth of talent and here is just absolutely mind-blowing when I compare the two. And we're very lucky in that respect. So, we're looking at this structure. We need a good, better, best, and we look at each one of those categories. We make sure we're best in class, and that's where we get really granular. That's when we're going, hey, we should think about using these colors. These models are coming out. Let's put this in. We have to affect, because it is a business. We don't like to talk about what it is. Have to affect, a financial outcome, and that's kind of how we start moving the pieces around to, kind of drive the business this way. Give you a concrete example. I'll use Jackson. So we have the JS series. JS series stands for Jackson Student. It's our entry-level offering, kind of like our version of Squire, right? So, we'll look at the competitive landscape, and we'll also look at what our consumers looking for. And we kind of go from there. We try to bridge and meld those two types of things, as opposed to trying to take, a guitar that has $3,000 worth of value and plow it into like a $400 guitar. We don't take that approach. We look at kind of what are the closest substitutes and make sure that we're the best. We are the best alternative in that particular realm. So I've been yammering on for about 27 minutes and 17 seconds about this stuff. Hopefully you guys aren't bored to tears. I think what I'd like to, so that's kind of how things work here. And I'd like to sort of shift gears a bit, take a drink of water. So I mentioned earlier that Andertons, throughout the segment, you'll be seeing videos pop up of some of our newer products that are coming out. But of course, because we had over 100 SKUs, we couldn't ship everything to them. They'd still be filming it if we did. So I want to take the opportunity, if you will indulge me, to show you some of, I'm not supposed to have favorites. I'm supposed to be unbiased, but it's Friday. So I want to show you guys some of my personal favorites in terms of the MPI stuff, MPI, new product introductions, sorry for the acronym, that are coming out, either about to launch. Some of these may have launched, or they're about to launch within the next 60 days or so. So as you can see, I've got some guitars behind me. I'm going to cover a couple different brands, so bear with me. So the first one I want to show you. I actually wore pants today too. I haven't worn pants in a year, so lucky you guys. All right, so this is an X Series SO1X. So this is in platinum pink. So if you can see under the lights, the lighting in here isn't super great, but it's fluorescent lighting. What are you gonna do? This is a pink color that's got a little pearl essence in it, right? So under the right conditions, it kind of pops. This is an HSS configuration. So we've got Duncan designed pickups here and a Floyd Rose Special, right? And one of the key things about this, maybe it's easier to show you this way, this Floyd Rose isn't recessed. This is more of a throwback, old school type of thing, right? So Floyd sits right up top. As a consequence, and maybe you guys can see this on the camera, the neck is pitched just a little bit. It's about pitched 2.5 degrees. You kind of have to do that when you've got a top on a Floyd. So it's a trickier guitar to make. Also has, oh, look at that, the old school neck joint, right? And dotted nice, as opposed to shark fins. So, you know, what we want to do is kind of break up the monotony. We've got SL3Xs, which are the more modern variants of this. They've got the recessed tremolo and the nice sculpted heel in the back. But you know, we had detected there's a big interest in the 80s. You know, if you think of things like Stranger Things or what have you, there's that big kind of undulating trend. And we had detected that some people were looking for a guitar with these type of features. So lucky you, comes out probably another 30 days or so if it isn't already launching. So platinum pink, the new gloss black. So one of my personal favorites. Also comes in taxi cab. Another cool guitar. This is our Pro Series. This is a King V with a two-pneumatic bridge. Often, King Vs have the string through. We decided to put the two-pneumatic thing on here so you can change the slinkiness of it. And I'm sure for some of you astute viewers out here, you've noticed a few things. So first of all, the pickups are spaced a little farther apart. That kind of gives you some clues. This isn't the usual type of King V. And you would be correct. It is a 22 fret King V, usually the 24 fret. And it's also a 24 3/4 scale, so it's a slinkier scale. For those of you who know, you may have seen this guitar in the past, played by somebody who just had a 30th anniversary. I think the record was the 30th or 35th anniversary. I can't do the math in my head right now. So this guitar was inspired by that particular event. Most of our Pro Series guitars have the oiled back neck, but in this case, we decided to violate that rule because we can. So this comes with 81 and 85. You got tone, volume, three-way toggle, ebony fingerboard. You got the jumbo frets, but kind of a sheep in wolf's clothing, right? There's more to this under the hood than normal. So again, one of very cool guitar. Maybe we'll do a black one next year. I'm not sure. But for those of you who kind of know what this is an homage to, hopefully you're able to get one. Another cool guitar, and this is a signature model from the mighty Marty Friedman. You know, talking about pure Jedi, that guy's amazing. So this guitar has a mirror top, cracked mirror top, cracked purple mirror top, in fact. When I chose this guitar, you'll probably see a few other mirror models later on in the segment with Andertons, but this guitar was sort of the catalyst for that particular project. We had built Marty a one-off Monarch. He liked the Monarch design. This is our single cut guitar, right? And he's a big Kiss fan. He's like, man, you know, I'd love to have this custom guitar. I want to crack the mirror, but I want it purple. And so this is maybe 3 years ago. We built it for him when he was about to do a U.S. tour. So a year and a half later, we were looking to refresh his model. So we contacted him and said, hey, what would you like to do? We got some ideas. He goes, oh, I'd like to do that crack the mirror thing. And we're like, oh, okay. All right, let's give us a minute. We got to think this one through a little bit. Of course, John Hazelton in our R&D department, the wizard that he is, about a week later, I go down. I was like, all right, we got this mission. Here's the mission. We got we have to do this. And he goes, okay. Comes back a week later, come down to my office, and he figured this out. So it's a tricky process. Of course, we don't like to broadcast that. We like to make everything look like it's super easy to do, but it is a tricky process, and we've had trained one of our factories overseas to do this. So you've got this cool purple mirror. You've got the abalone binding. You've got Marty's signature AMG pickups. This guitar, of course, is 24 3/4 with the jumbo frets and the ebony fingerboard. In this case, we didn't match the headstock. He didn't want to do that. We just did this cool, just the mirror thing itself. So we figured once we had that process down, the factory, to ensure that they could continue to keep a high degree of quality, we added a few other models just to keep that in the repertoire, keep things going. So you'll see a few other mirror guitars. There's a soloist in the Kelly, and of course there's this purple one here. But this was the one that started us in that direction. So great example of how working with our artists can often push us into innovations and things that we've never really done before. And this is the type of finish that you would typically see, a pretty expensive price point. We've been able to sort of bring it into a more of a moderate range. An innovation in and of itself, but that's our R&D guys. They're pretty amazing like that. So very cool guitar, nice jumbo frets, so you can really shred on this thing. It doesn't have this thick neck or whatever. So very cool guitar. What am I doing on the time here? Let's see. Oh, I got a little bit. Okay, go. So let's switch up on some brands. So very cool guitar. This is a Charvel. This is what we call a DK24, right? So it's essentially dinky body, right? 24 frets. In this particular case, this guitar is a little unique in that it actually is made in Japan. We've had a covert made in Japan project going on for the last year and a half. Well, I guess it's not so covert anymore. We started off with Charvel, and we introduced that to the Japanese domestic market. And then this year, we've just launched some made in Japan Jackson models, so the MJ series stuff, which I think you'll see videos of later in the segment here. So in this case, this is a mahogany body, right? It's got a wenge neck, very cool, right? Wenge neck here, ebony fingerboard. We've got Seymour full shred, flat strat, middle here. Of course, like all of our Charvel or Jacksons, you've got a compound fingerboard, nice jumbo frets, right? Again, so you do the pull without killing yourself. Tusk nut, go to a 510 bridge. So very cool guitar that is actually a limited edition. We're bringing a limited quantity into different markets around the world, but I really wanted to point this one out because, man, this neck is perfect. The fingerboard edges are rounded over. It just is a great feeling and great sounding instrument. So wanted to point that out. Again, one of my favorites here. And also, on the EVH side, cool story here. So a couple of years ago, we were up at 5150. We were discussing how to expand the business. And, obviously on the guitar side, the Wolfgang is is essentially the vanguard of the entire, guitar thing. We also have the Stripe series, which is, an homage to all the guitars from the past, right? But we were talking, we were like, we did the 5150 guitar in the Stripe series, which is, an homage to the guitar that's used in the Panama video and the Hot for Teacher video and all that stuff. And we're like, we should do a variation of that. We should do, sort of like an everyday kind of, quote unquote civilian version of that guitar. And so that became the 5150 series. Now, this is the 2.0 version. The original ones had some different specifications, but truth be told, this is how Ed originally wanted the guitar. It just took us some time to develop it this way. So, basswood body, of course, top-mounted Floyd, which we thought was pretty trick. I mean, that's kind of the main thing with all of the guitars in the EVH line. They're all top-mounted. Most brands do the recess thing, but yeah, having this thing top-mounted, you've got the bridge flush with the body, you've got more resonance, etc. Got the detuning here, of course. Kill switch. You've got the toggle up at the horn here, which is kind of tricky because you've kind of drilled a hole in the back and then you got to fish the wire through here, right? This is going to have the fingerboard, jumbo frets, matching headstock with an EVH logo at the tip there, right? How cool is that? So, we figured this would be a really appropriate way to kind of do some line expansion, seeing how, Edward Van Halen kind of revolutionized. I mean, he was patient zero, right? So a lot of the modern guitars you see today, you can kind of trace way back to that old white and black Strat. And eventually, if you watch chronologically through the years in his career, the guitar starts to mute. He ditches the pick guard, all of a sudden it's reloaded, et cetera, et cetera. So I figured this was a great way to kind of honor, some of the innovations that he brought to all of us. So this comes in 5 different colors at the moment. This is our ice blue metallic, which is pretty sick and sweet looking on the lights. And again, one of my favorites in terms of, if I want to just kind of do some throwback stuff or, get into my 80s mode, this is a great way to do that. And of course, it also has some other modern features. Kill switch here. So it's, momentary. You can click it back and forth and get that type of sound too. So very cool piece. And as I wrap up here with regards to this, we got some bases too. All right. So,
John, I'm going to join you for the basses.
Ah, there he is. There he is.
That was my cue. We have basses.
That was your cue. See what I say?
Yeah, that was my cue.
And then he pops in. If I say it 3 times, he's like Beetlejuice. He'll actually materialize here.
Exactly.
So this is our new CBX. This was kind of steampunk.
Oh, we got a frozen one. Somebody froze here. Okay. On my end, John froze. I'm not sure if that's what you're seeing over there. I'll try to pick it up from here. There we go. I guess it was too much metal to jump in and have both of us there with the basses. John will jump back in here in a second. He froze up. Yeah, it was great. The bass broke the internet, right, Pierre? I saw that, and I've been watching some of your comments. And thanks for jumping in here, everybody. And the steampunk froze. A lot of great stuff in the bass department. In fact, it's great. John and I, along with artist relations director Mike Tempesta, who some of you may know, formerly was the guitar player in Powerman 5000, good friend of ours, great player. We do about every 6 weeks or so, we get on a conference call and we do a chat and we dream up all kinds of things. Actually, John was just getting ready to start showing us a bunch of that stuff. And so it's we've got a bunch of new designs, and that was really the thing when I 11 years ago we did the Megadeth 20th anniversary of Rust in Peace tour. And we'd never done a tour like that before, where we celebrated the anniversary of a record. And I guess in our case, our band was coming of that age to start doing that kind of stuff. So we did that, and that was when I made a nice entry point back in for me with Jackson to become an ambassador for the bass program and joining with my friends. With Scott Ian had new guitars with Jackson at that time. Of course, Adrian Smith and Phil Collin from Def Leppard and Iron Maiden, respectively, had a long tenure with Jackson. So it was great to be back in the fold, and especially as it played around the Rust in Peace era. That was our first signature bass that we did. In fact, let's see, I don't have one here, unfortunately. This was actually the most recent one that we did, but this is actually something from 2016 from the Dystopia tour. This is actually a custom shop model where we did the little divots here on the horns. But this is sort of a play off of the 20th anniversary Rust in Peace instruments that we did back in 2011. We rolled those out at Winter NAMM. And, then from there we moved into the Kelly Bird basses, which was a sort of a hybrid of a kind of a Thunderbird style. It was actually Mike Shannon had made me a bass on the Megadeth Countdown to Extinction tour back in 92, 93. I wanted kind of a low-slung rock and roll bass. So in 2000, I think it was about 2012 or 13, we designed the Kelly Bird, which we brought in the lower horn of the Kelly guitar. And we added that on, as well as the Jackson headstocks. We put a bunch of Jacksonisms to a sort of classic rock and roll bass design, so we could call that our own. But as we move forward through the last decade, when John Romanowski came on board, he and I and Tempesta and the design team, we started working to really bolster the bass division. When I first called Grover Jackson many years ago, Dave Mustaine and I went out to the factory out in I guess it was San Dimas, off the I-10, out east LA. And Grover made his first guitar. He made my first bass, and that began a long tenure with the Jackson brand. And I remember back then they were a guitar company, and oh, by the way, we have a bass, and that was the only one that they had, was the Jackson concert bass. And that's been a staple of the line. It's been a staple of my series of basses that I've had. But in this last decade, we've really worked with John to make the Jackson bass guitar program, to really expand it so that Jackson stands on its own as a bass. And probably the one that really turned the corner of that was this one right here. These are all a CBX model number, but it's a bolt-on, obviously very kind of Fender P-bass looking. We changed the headstock. That's an original Jackson headstock that we own at Jackson. And this is one of my signatures. We've got these in black and white and 4 and 5. And this, there's John. He's back. And that was really, I was just saying, John, how this was really a really a big corner, turner for us, because we went from just being sort of the pointy headstock bass company to really making a serious turn into the foray of being an all-inclusive bass guitar company. Even though we're Jackson Guitars, we're very much, the initiative now is a big focus on basses. John and the team designed another line of basses. Maybe I'll let you speak to that for a minute, because that was actually one of your creations right here, which of course plays to a whole other sensibility. So between the pointy headstock kind of traditional concert bass, this one that I have, that one that John has, we're really widening the whole scope of the bass guitar program. Yeah. Tell us about that one real quick.
Okay, so this is a Spectra. Spectra is the body outline, right? Bass. So this thing came about, if you know anything about the Jackson lore, there was a bass called the Eliminator bass in the early 90s. And it had this kind of stubby thing here and a horn kind of like this. And so we kind of used that as a jump off point for inspiration, right? So we extended the horn, and we extended this lower piece so that it can actually sit on your knee, which you can't really see here, but if I had a knee, it'd be like this. And of course, we've got this kind of gumpy headstock that we've brought back. So we were looking to go after a different type of customer. Internally, we call this the amoeba bass, because it's kind of got an amoeba shape to it, right? And in this case, this particular model, this is a 4-string. It's an actual neck through, right? It's a neck through design, which is, something we wanted for this particular bass to be inherent with a lot of the Jackson models. By design, are neck through. I mean, 4 out of 5 of them. Well, there's a little more than that, actually. I think the Warrior, the Rhodes, the King, the Soloist, almost everything is a neck through, with the exception of the Dinky and a couple other things. San Dimas, SoCals, I guess. So 24 fret. This has got a hard mass, high mass, hard mass. It's Friday. High mass bridge. We've got an active passive switch. Sometimes people, they plug their bass in, they forget, and the battery goes dead and it kills the thing. If that happens, but we just go through here because it has an active EQ. You got a volume blend. And then these are our own high output humbucker pickups. This is Laurel fingerboard, jumbo frets, and a nice, it's a spelt neck. It's not thin, but ain't real fat. It's kind of somewhere in the middle, very comfortable type of thing. So I think it's a really nice compliment to say the concert bass stuff, which has been a flagship of the bass thing for a long time. And of course, David mentioned, his signature bass that he just showed. That was sort of the vanguard. We always use him as the canary in the coal mine. He's kind of on the cutting edge of some of the next things that we'll be doing. And as I mentioned, I'm not sure if you were here at the time, but you're a key member of our advisory board when it comes to all things bass. We always bring in subject matter experts to go, hey, you've been thinking of this, you need to do this. Come on, kid. All right, man, we got. So he's an integral member of our crew there. And we're pleased to report that the expansion of that category has been doing exceptionally well. So we've got a lot of momentum Thank you, Mr. Ellison, for
Very
that.
cool. Yeah, man. Yeah, very good. Hey, real quick, we're going to wrap up, take a little
Okay.
short little break, show a product video, and then we will be back with Brandon Ellis from the Black Dahlia Murder. But before we go, people want to see that schmexy green bass that when you froze, they got a nice long
Yeah.
view of it. So give us one more some leg there, buddy. All right.
So
There you
while
go.
we're doing this, thank you, everybody, for your time today. Thank you, Andertons. Thank you, David, for being our MC. Thank you, Mrs. Phillips, for coordinating all this. And I hope everyone has a great weekend.
Great. Stay
Catch you
tuned.
later.
We're just
Signing
taking
off.
we're taking a short little break. Thank you, John. And we are back. David Ellefson here for the Jackson, Charvel, and EVH Takeover, sponsored by Andertons in the UK. Thanks to John Romanowski, who just spent the last hour with us, or the first hour, I should say, going over a whole bunch of brand new models of everything under the Jackson, Charvel, EVH lines. I did see a comment there, like disappointed they did that John didn't talk about the custom shop, but so many new models, so many new things. The custom shop is alive and well, so don't worry about that. Coming up here, we have some terrific guests coming. We've got Misha Mansoor, we've got Angel Vivaldi, and next, though, we have a awesome shredding friend of ours, Brandon Ellis from the Black Dahlia Murder. Brandon, how are you, my friend?
I'm doing great.
Where are you at?
I'm happy to be here, Dave. I'm in New Jersey. I live in
Nice.
Morristown, New Jersey. Born and raised. Always lived here. So, yeah.
Nice. Looks like you have a great studio. Is that at your house, or is that?
Yeah, this is kind of my office here at my house, I guess. I've got all my things here, and I've got, and back here is like an isolation room where I've got my
Nice.
cabs back there. Some other cabs with mics on them that I hope never move, that are like in the perfect position and all that. So I'm kind of a mad scientist, like in my studio here, like by day.
So with the pandemic and the shutdown, you've obviously probably spent a lot of time in that very room, as I have in this very room here. I set up this way. It's kind of like a studio, and I set up that way, and I plug in and I make music. And I assume probably the same for you. You guys put out a record, right? Last year in April, wasn't it, when you put out Verminous? Was that the record you put out?
Yeah, that's right. We put out Verminous in the beginning of April, and it came out like right when everybody, like right at the peak of everything shutting down. Yeah. And everybody having to kind of accept, like, oh, this thing everyone's been talking about is the real deal. And it was, some bands were delaying albums and things like that. And for us, it was like it was far too late if we even wanted to. It was like kind of blindsided by it. But it was kind of awesome because our albums were very like just coincidentally like plague themed. Kind of that.
So it was you. You're the one who cast the spell, right?
Yeah, it was wild because we were able to put out this music video like right at that moment that was like so like pandemic themed. It was bizarre that it just kind of worked out that way. And so I think that our album for a lot of people like kind of helped them get through that first chunk of time there when things got real shut down for everybody. And it's kind of cool to be like, here's this thing that's gonna have this, a meaning to people to a certain time. I think that it's always, I think that a lot of success of music, of albums that kind of stand the test of time, a lot of it's like nostalgia, like combined with certain events and things like that. And I hope that even this is a terrible one and a horrible time to come out with an album, but I hope that it means something to some people in like a special sort of way because of it.
Yeah. Did you guys have a lot of touring plans that you had to either cancel or hopefully maybe postpone for this year or next year?
Yeah, we had a tour with Testament that we were supposed to do. That was like the first thing that got canceled. We were going to be direct support for Testament and Municipal Waste. It was going to be on the tour too, and it was going to be huge. And that was like the first tour properly for this album that we were going to do. And obviously that got canceled, and there was other stuff in the pipes that never even got announced before it had to be scrapped and postponed again, like another year back. So where we're at now, we've got a European tour that we've announced that I think we've pushed back twice now, but it's going to be 2022 January. We just announced like a festival appearance in the beginning of December in Belgium for this year. Fingers crossed. And yeah, we've been pretty much booking everything we can and then canceling it when you have to, because that's what you have to do, kind of. You got to.
Isn't it an interesting thing? It's like normally you never want to book or talk about anything unless you know it's a go. And this has been one of the weirdest times, certainly in my career, yours as well, I'm sure, where you push things out knowing full well that it may not happen, right? And it's just the strangest moment. We all have friends, of course, in the business around the world, promoters and various people, and to have things, and again, we do it with optimism, of course. We're hoping that things are gonna things are going to open up, and it feels like it is here. I mean, as strange as it was, our country sort of, it felt like it was just a runaway train a year ago. Now, it seems like things, look to be opening up, and the powers that, hopefully they'll green light us, and we'll be able to go back to work and keep working. Did you join the Zoom podcast craze and do a lot of lessons or podcasting or any type of stuff from your home studio this last year?
Yeah, I've been doing Skype lessons basically, just teaching guitar one-on-one. That's pretty much it. I haven't been like I've never been like the podcast guy I just don't I don't have like that kind of personality. I feel like, you know what I mean? I'm not like the radio personality guy that I'm like that I could feel like I can entertain people for like hours on end every week after week or whatever,
Yeah.
I can definitely teach you some guitar to the people who are interested. So
what you have to say comes through your fingers, through the strings, I guess, right? Nice. Well, speaking of that, so since we are on a Jackson stream here, you have your Pro Series guitar. Do you have one there? The Brandon Ellis Kelly. It's a Kelly guitar, green crackle. Do you have one? you can show off, maybe even plug in and...
Yeah, I got it right here.
Nice. God, that looks great, man. It's funny, I see it on the website, and you say I've got paper printouts of it, of course, but man, that pops. That looks great.
Yeah, it's awesome. I really wanted it to too. The finish on this one looks, I mean, this guitar is based on the custom shop that I ordered when I kind of first started talking to Mike Tempesta, my liaison. And I ordered a green crackle custom shop. And this one is actually the paint job on this, the production model, it's a little bit brighter green, and it's a bit of there's more black to it. So you can see the cracks from further away, basically. I can show the custom version too, but this one I was like, I want this to really pop on stage.
That's killer. So it's neck through, right?
Yeah, it's neck through, and it has a painted neck. I've always been a painted neck guy. I know the wood, the oiled finished necks are popular right now, but for me, I guess I've got very sweaty hands or something, where the paint just like is super smooth and frictionless to me, and the wood feels stickier to my hands anyway. So I like a painted neck. Also, if you've got the crackle finish, I mean, it's one of the coolest things to look down at the whole time you're playing is...
Yeah, crackle it the whole way down. I'm the same way. It's funny. I've got some custom shop basses that have the the oiled back, and it's funny. I look at them now, 10 years later, and they're all dirty, and you have to take some light sanding to kind of clean them up a little bit. Even I don't want to touch my sweat from 10 years ago. It's some enthusiasts would say, oh, that's what makes the thing great. That's what makes it play good, and it may be that. It's sometimes we have to leave some of our DNA on our guitars in order to give them some character. But I'm with you. I've got same thing with my signature import models that are not from the custom shop. Same thing. I like it. I like the painted neck. There's something about it that I like. Yeah, especially as it gets hot and sweaty and slippery. There's something about it I like. It's kind of greasy, right, when you're playing.
Yeah, exactly. And there's different things that I look for when I'm like on stage or if I'm jamming at home, because I've got lots of guitars here that are just bolt-on 22 fret, like raw maple neck, and those are some of my favorite. Like, you play the guitar and you just like connect with the tone and the sound coming out of this thing and the way the wood grain feels and stuff, and it's kind of a really cool thing. You get that worn in feel. But when I'm on stage, I really want like I want it to be as little maintenance as possible, basically. I want everything. I want it to be neck through, because a lot of times, like, we have stage divers and we're playing small shows in bars that are like no security and stuff every now and then, where it's people will definitely knock into my guitar neck while I'm like in the middle of playing a solo or something. It happens all the time. Right. And with a bolt on, you go like a little bit, your high strings go flat and your low strings go sharp, and because your neck gets like knocked slightly 1 millimeter out of adjustment or something. So I always want to have neck through when I'm playing live, and I like the painted necks for the reason we talked about.
What do you have? Do you have a Floyd on there? What is that? What trim?
Yeah. This is a Floyd Rose 1000. I'm a huge Floyd Rose fan. I could not like probably have a guitar without a Floyd Rose. Just I mean, if I'm plugged in here, so I can play a little bit, but all the kind of stuff that you
Yeah, do
can
it. Go for it.
for a solo. If I want to play this note with the Floyd, I can. There's just so many different kind of like lyrical ways that you can make a note, kind of sound like a singer, I guess. And
Yeah.
if you're putting vibrato on a chord, perfectly in tune without having to, do like the classical guitar thing where you're trying to put vibrato on like 4 notes perfectly in tune with each other. It's just stuff that you can do with the Floyd Rose. That's a lot of people think of it as being like the dive bomb, crazy dime bag sort of thing, but there's a lot of tastefulness too that you can really add like just a bit of sweetness to your solos and stuff. So I use it all the time.
Nice. So the thing's floating, right? So
Yeah.
So playing the kind of look, playing metal and where you're hunkering down and you're chunking and you're palm muting and all that. Does that ever mess with the tuning for you with the Floyd or not? Because it's floating or not?
For me, it never has. When I'm recording like rhythm tracks for an album, I'll usually block the Floyd with like a piece of wood between the tremolo block and the body, just because there's like a 3% tonal advantage you can get by doing it, by having that little bit more contact. But I haven't really like noticed any tuning instability from having it floating. An interesting thing is like the amount of springs that you put back there makes a big difference in the kind of setup. Like if I want it to be really slinky and do the flutter kind of like sort of like Andy LaRocque trick or whoever people want to associate that sort of thing with.
Yeah.
You want to have less springs, but if you have less springs, every time you bend a note, the tremolo is going to dive on its own, and you're going to have to bend the string further to get the same pitch. So there's always like a balance of setup, and Floyd Roses can be tricky, but there's a lot of different ways you can set it up, and a lot of ways that it can kind of accommodate you.
Yeah. It's funny because you're locked down. One of the things I want to ask you, because I got a couple of Jackson guitars, and I've even had some basses over the years with the reverse headstock. And for me, I never liked the tension because especially with, and I'm not much of a lead guitar player, but when I do, the tension of having the string being longer over the nut, and I'm not a Floyd Rose guy, so there is a little bit of a play when the string sort of pulls across the nut, which you're not going to have that issue because you're clamped down, right? Do you notice any favoritism with that long E string? And again, maybe it doesn't even matter just because you've got the Floyd and you're clamped down.
Yeah, I've heard that brought up before about the reverse headstocks and the tension difference. But yeah, like you said, I mean, I'm playing with the Floyd Rose and the nuts locked all the time, so it ends up being a non-issue. So for me, it's an aesthetic choice. To be totally honest, I don't have like a practical advantage to why I like my reverse headstocks.
Yeah, nice. And it's funny, somebody, Jono here, I see over in the comments, he commented too that you've got the reverse inlays as well as the reverse headstock. So I assume that was a conscious choice, right? It's almost like you took a left-handed neck and put it on the guitar, right?
Yeah, absolutely. And that's something that I've kind of like taken from, I want to say Robin Crosby and maybe also Chris Holmes both had like these custom Jackson, like there were some Firebirds and King V's and Double Roads and things that had, I don't know if they had literally actually like lefty necks on the guitars or if they were just made to look that way or whatever, but like going as far as having the logo upside down. I've always kind of wanted to do that, but I'm making like a production model signature guitar and I'm like, oh, I can't have like Jackson be upside down. It's just not a good marketing decision. You know what I mean? But those like quirky custom kind of options have always been like really, really cool to me. It always kind of brought me to being a big Jackson fan.
Unless it's a stage diver trashing your stage and he sees the fury of your headstock coming down on his head as you're trashing, as he's running up on stage.
Yeah.
He'll see the Jackson logo coming at him as he stage dives.
Yeah, upside down.
Yeah, nice.
And that's the other thing too. The colored logo too is one of those.
Let's see it. I can't. Is it like a greenish?
Yeah, it's got a green logo that matches the finish here.
Yeah, you can kind of see that there. Yeah, that's very cool.
And yeah, because I mean, when you have a crackle finish, if you want to match the headstock, and you can do that, but then you know, the logo gets kind of lost in there. So
Yeah.
I wanted to, I feel like the logo pops really when you get the matched headstock feel because you've got the color up there too, but you know, big legible Jackson.
Yeah, no, very much so. I know it's funny. This Antonio was talking about the bass with the reverse headstock, and we were just talking about the tension, you know, that comes across. And probably part of that is sometimes we get used to things, right? We get used to what we started with, maybe something we've played for many, many years. What was your first guitar that you ever got that you started? Mine I begged my mom to buy me a Gibson bass because on the back of the Kiss records it said Kiss use Gibson guitars and Pro drums because they want the best. And then she bought me this bass. I begged her to buy it for me for $150 bucks, and I got it home and it didn't sound anything like Kiss Alive, and I was very disappointed. And you know, years later, you know, you cycle through a bunch of things. You go through some of the stuff that your heroes play. You know, a lot of my heroes as bass players played Fenders, P basses through SVTs, and that was never a tone that ever worked for me. I kind of invented my own sound, used my own gear, and I remember going to see Judas Priest and Dokken. They played at the Sports Arena in L.A. Me and Dave and Chris Poland went down to go see him, and I remember Dokken's bass player Jeff Pilson was playing a Jackson bass, and it sounded amazing. It sounded so good that like the next day I went to the Guitar Center on Sunset Boulevard, and I went in desperately looking for a Jackson, and I found one, and I plugged it into some Harkey, you know, I guess it was a Gallion-Kruger head, but some Harkey cabinets, and bam, tone was born. You know, I just sort of stumbled onto it, this random mix of components. And did you have a similar experience, or you know, just kind of walk us down your history as a guitar player, first guitar, maybe transitions, things that worked, didn't work, and maybe that led you to what you have there in your hands with your signature model?
Yeah, sure. So my very first guitar, I was about 10 when I started. And I didn't really know anything I didn't know much about guitar at all, or even guitarists. I was into AC/DC at the time, and I still am, of course, you know.
Yeah.
And
Do you like their new album, by the way?
yeah.
It's great,
I mean,
isn't it?
sounds like AC/DC.
It's awesome. No, I know.
Can't argue with that.
Yeah.
So I had like a Ibanez Geo series that was like vaguely SG shaped, and that was like my very first guitar. And I went from there. I had another like Ibanez, like a higher end one, and I didn't get along with like the super thin necks that they're kind of like famous for. And so I kind of went away from that brand because of it. I was like, oh, this is like their trademark, and I'm not really into it. I get it. You can stretch really far when the neck is really thin, but you've got like less grip to kind of the bending and vibrato and that sort of stuff. I feel like I've got less of an anchor on a really thin neck. So I bought my first old guitar because that's kind of where a huge passion of mine is just collecting like 80s guitars basically. And like
I noticed that. I want to get to that in a minute too, because I want to go down your walk of fame there with your guitars. But yeah.
So I wanted to get a guitar that was like older than me, you know, like something that was like, man, I have this like piece of history here, and feels really, you know, it's got mojo. So I found a Charvel 650 XL like on eBay for like
What year would that have been? What year would that have been made, you think?
I believe it was 91.
91, okay, gotcha. And you're how old?
Me?
Yeah.
Oh, I'm born in 92.
Okay, got it. Perfect. Yeah. So there it is. There's your classic piece. Yeah.
Yeah.
Nice.
It was like sparkle blue, like this real like lipstick intensity of like saturation, like blue sparkle. Paint job with like a cream binding that was really like aged and yellowed from time and stuff, and it just had so much like I said, like just this old mojo to it. It had like an active mid boost circuitry thing too, and surprisingly,
so I'm trying to think too, not to interrupt you, but that would have been when the factory allowed it in San Dimas, right, in California, because I know the factory then the brand was bought and moved over to Dallas for a while. I remember during the 90s when Megadeth, when we were doing a lot, me and Dave and Marty, we're playing Jacksons. But I think the stuff that was still California based, right? Do you know the history of that Charvel?
It was part of the second batch of Charvel like Japanese imports.
Got it. Okay. Cool.
So it was a Japan-made guitar, but it was from the era there was like an era in the early 90s where the Japan stuff is really sought after. and it had the same hardware and the same this kind of stuff. So it had like a German-made Floyd Rose and
Nice.
all the good stuff. So,
Yeah.
and it was I mean, that guitar was an absolute tank, and I definitely ended up buying some, you know, brand new guitars out there from other brands that were like thousands of dollars, and be like, man, my Charvel is better than this. Like not only do I connect more with it, but I think it's like a you know, a better crafted piece of wood, you know. And so yeah, I became a collector of a lot of these old guitars that had like basically the loudest paint jobs that I could come across. I always
So
like
that's
those
been a trademark, a hallmark of yours for a long time. Yeah.
Yeah, I always like those like 80s shredder, like everybody always had like a crazy fluorescent guitar, or you have like a paint job that you're associated with, like Warren DeMartini had like the snakeskin, and George Lynch with his like all of his camouflage kamikaze guitars and all that kind of stuff. I was always like thought it was really cool to have a specially painted guitar, and that kind of brought me around to this crackle thing, because I saw that there were these old Charvel crackles, like these rainbow crackle and all these guitars, and you know, I'd see them secondhand, but I was like, I've never seen this like in real life. Like this doesn't. At the time, I was like, this doesn't manifest in person at all. Like nobody my age knows about that this exists yet, you know.
Yeah.
And I couldn't find any like Guitar Hero guy of the past who had like made crackle like his trademark. So I kind of set out to do that, and I've been playing crackle painted guitars for, I guess about the 10 years I've been touring now.
Yeah. Nice. So it's funny, you know, I remember, now that you mentioned that, I remember being in Japan on the Rust in Peace tour. So that would have been 91. And getting one of those Charvel guitars. In fact, it had an arch top on it. It was so beautiful. And it wasn't probably a very expensive guitar, but it looked expensive, and it was beautiful, and I loved it. I carried it in a gig bag on the bus. I carried it all around the world with me, and I just had songs in it. Do you have guitars like that like you just pick it up and there's just magic? There's just like songs, or it just makes you play a certain way?
Yeah, absolutely. And it's really hard to quantify why, you know, you just connect with that
Yeah.
particular guitar, and an important thing to me is like the acoustic tone of the guitar unplugged. And it's important to me because I just play unplugged a lot of the time, and it's a big part of my inspiration. It's kind of ironic because I found some of the guitars that I didn't like the sound of unplugged were like the best sounding ones plugged in. But I've definitely got those guitars that just sound magical in your lap, you know, and those are the ones where the music happens for me. Yeah.
Do you still have that guitar, the one you were just talking about? Do you have that in your little arsenal sitting back there? Because people want to hear you shred. They want to hear you play. So I was thinking, maybe,
I don't have that anymore.
You don't have it.
My first 5 or 6 years buying guitars, I was so anxious to try so many things without, you know, having the money to do it. So I was really like buying and trading and selling and all this kind of stuff. And so I went through like 30, 40 guitars in like a couple of years, just like constantly moving them around. And so eventually at some point I sent that one to a good friend of mine. But I'm trying to get it back, like, cause it's so sentimental to me that it's like, that was the first old guitar I bought, and I can't believe that I don't have it, you know? But yeah, I've got lots of weird old Jackson Charvel stuff.
Nice. What do you have back there? I mean, since we're on a Jackson Charvel stream, let's stick to that brand. but do you have something else back there that you might want to break out? Because people want to hear you jam. I'd love to hear you shred a little more. In fact, I got a bass. I could play along with you.
Sick.
A little jamming.
Yeah, I've got a since we're talking like Kelly here, I've got an interesting give a second to get up and grab it. So this one is actually this is like a early 90s custom shop Kelly that I bought secondhand.
Nice.
Because I mean I have the endorsement, but I'm such a nerd for guitars that I see a guitar for sale and I'm like, I just need to have it anyways, you know.
I do the same thing.
I'm still buying them, but
yeah.
This was a wedding gift to me from my wife. We got married, we got each other gifts, and this was.
Did you buy her a guitar too?
I don't actually even like remember what I got there. It
we
definitely
won't bring it up. We'll let
wasn't a
that slide.
guitar.
Yeah.
But
But
yes,
that is kind of metal to buy each other matching guitars for your wedding, right? That's
yeah, and it actually is like a thing between us where like we gift each other
nice.
guitars basically, which is
Nice.
hilarious. Um, but yeah, so this is like a white Bengal old custom shop Kelly, and it has a unique thing here where the logo actually flip flops colors with the
Oh,
paint.
wow, look at that. Yeah, between the stripes, so between black and white. Yeah.
Yeah, and again, that's the kind of cool stuff that I like, where it's just like, oh, it's just like a quirky custom shot. Like some guy ordered this guitar and he had to like explain how he wanted that in the order sheet or whatever. It's
Yeah.
it's interesting. There's a lot of stuff that I find and I'm like, it gives me ideas. And I'm like, oh, I didn't realize I could ask for that.
Is
You know?
that here? Plug it in. Let's hear it once.
Yeah,
Let's,
yeah.
let's hear what it's got. Is that one of the ones that you liked acoustically? I mean, obviously, visually you loved it, but was it something that had like an acoustic sound to it or you just plugged it in and it rocked?
It
People are
does.
saying that
Yeah,
should be the next Brandon signature model. I might agree with them. It looks
yeah.
pretty rocking. It looks pretty rad, man. Yeah,
Yeah, and the zebra pickups also to kind of match the finish here.
yeah.
Um, yeah, I love this guitar. I mean, it sounds great unplugged, and it obviously is a real looker. Um, I've got in here like an old Seymour Duncan Seymour riser pickup,
Right.
which is something I haven't really heard of. That friend of mine, Wes Hauk, another guitar player in the scene, he got this pickup in a secondhand guitar he bought, and he was like, I'm just gonna give this to you. I think that you're the guy who needs this pickup. And so that's what I've got in here right now. Sounds kind of
Super
like
cool. Hey, so I understand too. You're like a big '80s metal fan or rock fan, right? And you've already mentioned Rat and George Lynch. So obviously, you're probably what you looked to growing up was stuff from the '80s, right? And of course, you probably had MTV to grow up on. I would assume maybe a little bit. Um, so what's your jam from '80s music? Because it's funny because you're in one of the more cutting edge, groundbreaking modern metal groups, but you harken back to 20 years before that, in the 80s. So give us a little history. What's your jam from that day?
well, it all started like with Van Halen for me, of when I started to be like, that's what I want to do, and I want to be a guitar player, and if he can do that, I can try my best.
Right.
And so I was learning all the Van Halen stuff, and I was playing Eruption and all this, in my bedroom as like a
Right.
little kid. And it was like hard to find anything else that was like that, like that caliber of guitar playing.
Yeah.
And it kind of ended up bringing me into metal. Just looking, I stumbled upon like Yngwie Malmsteen,
Yeah.
and he's like probably my, my number two, number one guitar influence, Eddie and Yngwie. And that brought me into the whole realm of like power metal, kind of, and like I didn't know it was called power. Like I ended up getting into like Iron Maiden,
Right.
and of course Megadeth. Got to be honest,
We're
Megadeth
okay. Yeah.
was a huge influence for me as a teenager, and like just riffs and rhythm section and solos and the whole thing.
Yeah.
Um, so that was like my metal upbringing, and I of course all the bands that sounded kind of like Van Halen, which would be the whole hair metal scene.
Yeah, yeah. It's funny you mentioned Eddie, and I'm the same way. I mean, look, in the '80s, which was my teenage years, there were in the bass world. There's Jaco Pastorius, and he's changing the face of bass, and of course Eddie was doing the same with guitar, in rock and roll. And I remember I had a BC Rich bass. It was a Mockingbird, and I wanted that thin, shreddy neck because this early Megadeth stuff we were doing was very shreddy. We decided everybody in the band is going to be lead bass, lead guitar, lead vocal, lead drums, right? Like everybody's going to be lead. There's going to be no background.
Yeah.
Everybody's going to shred in this band. So it's I remember shaving my neck down because it was a pretty fat baseball bat kind of neck, and I remember shaving it down one day, and I hit the truss rod, and it just,
No.
ruined the bass, and this is a bass my dad helped me buy, probably in about 1980. I was probably about 15 years old, and, probably wasn't my first bass, but probably similar to your Charvel story you just had. Your 1991 Charvel was kind of that one. You know what I mean? That was like kind of had special, mojo in it and kind of a family legacy to it. But it's funny how I had the same experience when you're talking about having those really flat necks that you talked about. It was very hard to play, and my hand tired actually. As I sort of played, in the C position rather than the sort of, clenched fist position, but pulling back like that. But I found it was fatiguing on the hand. So it's interesting how Eddie influenced me, as a bass player. Reading his interviews, and of course he talked about having his Charvel necks and his different things. It was great to grow up. I was in LA. We had Megadeth started, of course, but to kind of be growing up professionally as the whole Jackson Charvel thing was happening around us. Always seemed to be kind of like the upper tier, players, like you said. Warren DeMartini, and the Rat videos were great because Robin had his Jackson, Warren had his Charvel. So they were like the double barrel, right? So, what else do you have that kind of like a favorite of yours? And again, I know you're a big guitar collector, so I'm making you pull stuff out of your closet right now because fans. But by the way, there is one question here. Fans are asking: active or passive on your pickups?
I'm always passive. I don't have any active pickups here.
Yeah.
Nice. I honestly, I haven't tried all that many of them. Like my last experience with active pickups was when like EMGs were pretty much the only option that I knew about.
Yeah.
I do have a set of Fishman pickups that I kind of stumbled upon that were given to me, and they're cool. But I'm a Seymour Duncan guy. Seymour Duncan's actually like the first company the first tour I ever did. Kathy Duncan was there because we were opening for Firewind when Gus G was, the band that played after us. And so they saw my set and they approached me like after the show. It was like the first time I'd ever played in LA, and I'm playing Seymour Duncan's, and here are the people from Seymour Duncan like talking to me right afterwards. It was a cool moment.
That's awesome. Yeah.
Like endorsed me from that moment. So I'm super loyal with them.
It's that moment that you realize the guy whose name is on the company is actually a guy. Like that's like a real dude, right?
Yeah, and you're shaking his hand, and it's wild. Yeah.
Jim, like Grover, I had the same thing with Grover Jackson. Like, God, there's like actually a guy named Grover Jackson. I've read about him. My heroes have been hailing him, and now like I'm sitting in his office and he's making me a bass. And
so cool.
Yeah, that's cool.
So I love their pickups so much that it's like a lot of people have these. People are coming out with signature pickups and stuff, and I'm like, man, if they asked me to do that, I don't even know what I would because I just play them. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Yeah, signature is a weird thing, isn't it? Because it's this crowning moment where obviously your playing is respected, it's admired, it's influential to other people. But then, you sit down and they go, okay, what do you want on your specifications for your instrument? I liked I don't know if you were watching, I think you might have been backstage when John Romanowski was going over the Marty Friedman guitar. And of course, I know Marty well. We lived 10 years in the Yellow Submarine of the tour bus and airplanes and a band together. And knowing some of Marty's, likes, dislikes, and of course, he made to largely, brought the Kelly guitar to the foreground. When he joined Megadeth, it was like, okay, well, I got the concert bass. Dave's got the Flying V. What do we got for Marty? And he went for the Kelly, which is great because points are big, right, in heavy metal. Right, curves were rock and roll, points are metal, right? So pointing guitars, and so it's interesting to see even the things that he's doing in his signature models as he's developed in his career. But for you, like what are like you said, pickups you almost don't even know. You'd almost have to probably sit down and do a shootout, right? Are there any other things that as your playing has progressed and either in the studio or live where you kind of go, gosh, I wouldn't mind having this. And I'll tell you one of mine. I wouldn't mind just having a switch, no volume, no treble, nothing, just all pickups wired full on 10 with an on-off switch. Peter Steele from Typo Negative had that on his bass, and I thought that was the most metal, cool thing. because you don't. I don't know about you, but I don't really need the knobs because everything's turned up to 10, right? So just have an on-off switch.
Yeah, and I've that's definitely something I've thought about too. Um, I just feel like I feel like I'd forget that it's a switch all the time and be like trying to turn this thing down. You know, I'd get like the muscle memory all
Yeah.
confused or whatever. But yeah, I'm like a single volume knob guy, and it's either all the way up or all the way down. You know.
Right. Yeah. Exactly. It's you know, and there's guys. It's funny as I was watching an old Kiss video from 1976, the Destroyer tour, right, which is my year. That was my era of, and you know, an Ace with the toggle switch. He's going for the toggle switch, and I think he had the pickup where it blows the pickup ups, right? So there's smoke that comes out. So it actually doesn't work as a toggle because one pickup probably isn't hooked up because it's the smoking fire pickup. So he's going for the toggle switch to do his traditional, right? And it's he probably forgot in that moment, like, oh yeah, wrong guitar, right? So it doesn't do that effect, you know, on there. So. But yeah, probably about the time we take all of our knobs off and we go for like an on-off switch, that's the moment we go in the studio and the producer says, "Hey, can you back your gain down just a little bit?" And you go, "I can't. I don't have any knobs." Right?
Yeah, yeah. It's like how many choices do you want to have? You know what I mean? And I'm playing the guitar with or not right now, but my signature guitar doesn't have a neck pickup because it's a metal guitar, and when I play metal, I don't use my neck pickup, period.
Right.
At all.
Does it have one in there? I mean, you're talking about that guitar right there?
No, I'm talking about the production model. The signature is just a bridge pickup.
Oh, yeah, you're right. You're right. Yeah.
And it's interesting because I ordered that custom shop that this is based off of with just the bridge pickup because I personally just would prefer to only have the bridge pickup. I like the look of it. I like that I don't have to like worry about my pick hitting this pick in it. Like it's just like it takes kind of a claustrophobia situation away from like the space under the strings that I have to work within.
Right.
I liked it's a stage guitar and you get sweat all over it and stuff. And you look at it and you're like, oh, I've got all these rusted screws and this like cavity here, and I got to clean this out every 6 months or something or whatever. And wiring that can mess up and stuff. So I'm like, just less is the simpler, the better. And then they approached me like, do you want to make a signature guitar out of this? And I had that thought where I was like, man, are people going to buy it if it doesn't have a neck pickup? Are they going to be like bummed that it doesn't?
Right.
And I've actually been really surprised that there's been all these people like, oh, finally a guitar that only has a bridge pickup. And I'm like, wow, I'm so glad that worked out. And a lot of people have been like, it's cool how honest this guitar is, that it's not like pandering to anybody really. Like this really is my guitar, you know?
Yeah, it's really cool, you know, because we get that, right, when we're designing things as artists with these companies, right? We get all these, and especially I think for bass, I've noticed that it's like, I realize like, look, even though I could use no knobs and one on-off switch, you know, for bass, look, we've got a lot of heavy metal and rock fans and people that buy these, buy our signature instruments, but at the same time, you know, basses need to be pretty versatile for the guy who plays as the weekend warrior. Maybe he's in and out of. He plays weddings and bar mitzvahs, and then on Saturday night he does his heavy metal gig. You know, so there's a lot of different uses. So I know I tend to just leave everything on there, and part of it is because of EMG. They come with a lot of options and they're different EQ systems and stuff. So I tend to just leave it all on there. But you're right, it's. I like what you said. There's an honesty about it. Like, this really is me. This is what you. This is what I take to the stage, and very unapologetic about what you're doing with your guitar. That's really cool. And that's a 24 fret, right? Your signature.
Yes. Yeah.
So it's not like you need the neck pickup to like play up on the pickup, right? I mean, I know a lot of guys, you know, shred up on the pickup. Like 20 fret 26 and 28, right? So you don't really need that.
Yeah, it's funny. There are times that I have solos that I play because we play in C standard on a 6-string, so it's actually a lower tuned guitar, and all our songs aren't all in like C minor, you know, they're in all different keys. So a lot of times the really powerful note at that one chord in the solo that I need to like achieve the pinnacle of whatever arpeggio I'm playing or whatever will be like slightly past my 24th fret, and I'll just like tap on the string as hard as I can to make that like that pitch happen or whatever up there. So getting rid of the neck pickup, it's kind of I I think in the future there might be a guitar that has some more frets even.
What's your tuning that you're in right now? I'll tune my bass because people want to hear us jam, and I think it would be fun. I'd love to jam with you.
It's like I'm in E flat right now.
E flat? Yeah, me too. All right. I know some Megadeth songs. I apologize that I don't have a Black Dahlia Murder song handy. Unless you want to play a Motley Crue song or something from the 80s.
Man, I'm like, I've got so few songs in my hands. Like when I pick up the guitar, I just kind of go, you know, I just make it up. But yeah, we actually did a Black Dahlia cover of "Go to Hell."
Oh, do you?
On our last album. If I remember correctly. Man, I don't know that I've got it in my hands.
Which part of it do you know? I'll jump in with you. You play it. I know the song. So.
What is it? Is it off the low string?
Yeah, go ahead. Play it there. I'm good with you. Yep.
Yeah, I don't have that.
Hey, we got the intro.
But yeah, we did a cover of that song, and I kept it as like we all played exactly as it was recorded. You know, we didn't like make it sound like the Black Dahlia Murder. I was like, I just want to capture the groove of the real thing. You know.
Well, appreciate that. That's why in the video, you probably remember we had our headstock, or like our necks. We had the 3 necks. We had like Dave, Marty, and the bass under it. We did the special take where we had it, so it was almost like a guitar instruction video, so people would know how to play it.
Yeah, I remember that. It was like
remember that? That was pre YouTube, of course, you know. So, and I remember standing there. We had to do it in a way like we're standing up, like, you know, you're literally holding the bass like this for the camera, right? So that it was like perfectly straight, right? So that we couldn't have it kind of like this. Like we had to have them perfectly straight. So it was like this take to play the song, so that you had to move your hand accordingly. You couldn't be like thrashing the guitar around or something.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
But yeah, it was cool to see that, especially with the guitar solos and stuff when I was recording that it was like, okay, he plays this and he plays that, and you see the trade-offs and stuff, and it was helpful even. Yeah.
Do you remember the solo from it at all?
No, I sat there and I recorded it as I watched it. I never played it again, you know.
So, you know, let's speak to that real quick, because, you know, you're of a generation, like you said, you know, when you started playing, you know, probably 80s stuff was sort of pushing forward to you. You know, for me, everything was kind of a needle drop on vinyl, literally, or cassettes, you know, going back and, you know, learning, you know, Iron Maiden songs and, you know, Rush songs and things. Was it the same for you, or was you know, MP3s and, you know, I guess the internet by the 2000s, I guess, was up and running, and of course you were already probably playing at least part-time, if not full-time by that point, right?
Yeah, I think when I was like taking my guitar studies, you know, seriously, and as a teenager and doing the bulk of like my learning, YouTube would like kind of came around in the middle. There was like, it was kind of like videos online, like Google Video and things like that, and it was real disorganized and it wasn't all quite together. But I would like try to find old instructional tapes from the 80s, like old rips of old VHS tapes and stuff of like 80s shredder dudes doing their instructionals. And also, yeah, I would have MP3s, and I had like a program where I could play stuff at half speed. And I almost all the time just used my ear to figure stuff out, because tabs were just like wrong every time.
Always, right? Always. I know. Isn't it amazing? You know, it's funny. Presonus, I think, has a program now that will you can put a stem, like, so you could take a stem off your Pro Tools or something and stick it into the machine, if you will, and it will spit out tab. I think tab or manuscript. I mean, they have Sibelius, I guess, that does manuscript, but I think there's one that will actually do tab now, which I thought was kind of clever, you know?
Yeah, that's crazy. Would be really convenient for some purposes, for sure.
As long as it's a single note, I'm told. So like a chord, you know, if you're like that, it'll freak it out. It won't know which note to go for, right? So as long as it's one note, which could be, of course, bass, solos, vocals, drum hits, probably keyboards if you're not playing chords, but so single note passages, apparently it will do that. So
yeah.
Yeah,
and for ear training, those chords, I mean, it's the same thing with people. You hear like a chord that has a lot of notes in it, and your brain is like, what? And it's playing stuff slow is a good way for me to just like, I'm just gonna like repeat this one chord, and it just happens over and over again. I'm listening for like, what are the actual 3 or 4 tones that are happening at this moment, and like really train your ear that way was a big part of how I learned stuff.
What else do you play? Do you play any keyboards or bass, drums? Are you a horn player? Is there some other like secret thing that no one's ever heard you do before, that you're like a banjo or something that you're amazingly good at?
No, I'm really just a guitar player. I have a bass that I play like I play a guitar. I don't really know what I'm doing, but it just so when I'm writing songs that I can, I can't write a song without also putting in some kind of bass and drums and really like I love the rhythm section. Like in music, I'm a big like rock and roll fan, and I like when the drummer's doing like the perfect pattern of kick and snare rock beat, and the bass player's like locked right in there with the kick drum and all that kind of stuff. So I'm always trying to put that stuff in there while I'm writing, even though I don't play bass or drums really. So I'm like a mind drummer, and I can make do with the bass guitar. But
it's like a new genre, mind drumming.
Yeah, I'm always trying to like train my imaginary drummer guy to like have more chops that are, and I don't understand. I could do I could barely play a rock beat on a drum kit if I had to. So, but it's important to have a good like have a style even on an instrument I don't play.
Yeah. It's funny. Yesterday I was at the gym, and my trainer had, it's like a private place at his house. And so he turned on AC/DC from the Rocker Bus Tour, I think, from River Plate Stadium down in Buenos Aires, where Angus goes out and does, it's like literally, I don't know, like a 17-minute song or something, right? And the bass and drum swing is just, right? It just, I don't know if it was like, I don't know, a Whole Lot of Woman or Bad Boy Boogie or something, right? And it was an A though, so it couldn't have been Bad Boy Boogie. But it was just like this jam, and what I always notes, and we've done some dates with AC/DC, and they're just so awesome because they're the Rolling Stones of our kind of my generation and for hard rock, you know what I mean? But that discipline to just lock in. For 8 minutes, no cymbal hits, no fills, you know what I mean? Just totally lay it down. And so Angus can go do his thing. It's a discipline a lot of us musicians aren't so good at. We're kind of trained with, licks, we'd have to add some fill or something in it, right? But it's like the awesomeness of just locking it in, and it's not probably the in your band, in my band, in some of our fellows that are around us, we kind of come from a shredding generation, right? And I always admire that when someone can just lock in and play very little and just make it frickin' rock an entire stadium. It's such a cool thing.
Yeah, for sure. I'm big into that. There's like it's something that I find doesn't happen that often in modern metal stuff. Now, like usually the bass player's playing the guitar riff or whatever.
Yeah, right.
And I remember I had this riff for a song it's called As Good as Dead. It's a Black Dahlia song. And my chorus riff is this really like kind of Queensryche inspired sort of like. And all these chords are happening and things, but the bass part, I was like, no, the bass part, you're literally just going to go. And it like synchronizes with the drum beat that's going, because there's like a rock beat that's like dun did it or whatever. And our bass player was like, really, is that all you want me to play? Kind of.
Yeah.
It's like he was stoked. He was like, this is awesome. We're like jamming. He's like, me and Alan are like locking right into this pocket playing bass and drums, and it really like toughened up the riff, because I had tried it the other way where the bass player is following the chords, and it made the whole thing like much too colorful and like too chordal, and it kind of kept it meaner. to just have the bass just play like that one note the whole time.
Yeah, I totally get it. And it's funny, as soon as you say Queensryche, and we do that in our bands, you know, that kind of like that thing that, you know, what Montrose did, or that AC/DC did, or, you know, there's this thing that Queensryche did, you know what I mean? And we kind of throw these things out, and isn't it funny how, you know, they're so culturally ingrained in us that as soon as you say it, that it all of a sudden you kind of know, yeah, it's like, don't play so much, you know what I mean? Just kind of lay it back and let the root kind of be the floor underneath this kind of cool, you know, and you can hear the notes and the voicing of the chord too, which is super cool.
Yeah,
Well,
absolutely.
listen, Brandon, thank you for hanging with us. You spent a good part of your day just chilling and hanging and showing off some guitars, and thanks for sharing your life and your music with us. And we're going to take a little break here, and then we will be back with Angel Vivaldi. But before we go, any web links and next things for you coming up?
Yeah, so I'm just pretty much I'm just doing lessons right now. I've got like a website that's if people go to brandanellisgtr.as.me, they can book a lesson with me. You know, you'll be able to see all times available and stuff. And other than that, we've got a new tab book for Black Dahlia Murder for our album Verminous.
Okay.
That's just came out around the same time as my guitar did, which is pretty cool, convenient thing. I've seen people like picking up I got your signature guitar in the tab book, and I'm
Nice.
excited to play your
And
stuff.
the tabs are correct, right? Because I know we
Yeah,
were talking about that
I tabbed it
earlier.
myself. I
You did
tabbed it
them. Nice.
myself.
Nice. All right. There you go. That's the best way to do it.
Yeah, so
So,
we've got the tab book. I'm doing lessons. Obviously, we've got the new guitar with Jackson.
yeah.
Very excited about. Should be arriving to people in the next couple months. The first batch, I think. And yeah, with Black Dahlia, we're booking dates and booking tours, and hopefully we're going to be there. And you know, it's too early to guarantee it, but
Yeah.
yeah, at some point we'll be back playing shows again. And
Yeah.
yeah, anyways, thank you so much for having me. It's been an honor to be here. It's a huge honor to me to just work with Jackson. It's like always been the pinnacle of cool metal guitars to me. Like there's the number one brand, you know, like I feel like I hit the guitar endorsement jackpot, that I'm like, I'm on Jackson and I got my signature guitar, and it's like, it literally couldn't be cooler. So yeah, I'm really excited to be here, and really excited to have been speaking to you for the past 50 minutes now. It's been awesome. So thank
Yeah,
you.
man. Likewise. Likewise. Well, thanks for joining us. All right, everybody. Thanks for your comments in the chats. We see what you're saying. We'll try to be bringing some more of those in. David Ellefson here for the Jackson, Charvel, and EVH Takeover, sponsored by Andertons. We will be back in 10 minutes. Hello, everybody. David Ellefson here for the Jackson, Charvel, and EVH Takeover, brought to you by Andertons in the UK. Thanks so much for joining us wherever you are around the world, whether it be here in America, Europe, England, over in the Far East. We got a lot of enthusiasts for Jackson, Charvel, and EVH. Hopefully you've been able to hang with us. For the last couple hours, we've still got 3 hours to go of some great stuff. A couple of guests joining us. I'll be doing a little bass story myself, kind of walking through some of my history with Jackson, the music, et cetera, et cetera. So, see people coming in from the Netherlands, maybe in their columns over there. Pop in and just let us know where you're tuning in from. It's always fun when we do these live streams to see where people are tuning in from around the world. So, but anyway, we have a terrific guest coming up here that I'm looking forward to getting to know and talking about his history with Jackson Guitars, as well as talking about his musical history and even philanthropy that he's very well known for. So please welcome to the show, Angel Vivaldi. How are you, my friend?
Hello, how are you?
What's going on, buddy? How are you?
I am fantastic. It is a gorgeous day here on the East Coast. I'm talking to an icon. I feel great. I look great. It's a great day, man.
Nice. You do look good. You got like a nice, clean, pristine studio there. I love it, man. It's like it's awesome.
You know, it's funny. It's like I think artists in overall, we're very sensitive to our surroundings. So I put a lot of time to make my rooms look and feel very inspirational. So when I'm in here, it's just like, woo, it just flows, man.
It's got like this cool ice feel to it. I like it. It's nice.
I
What do you got
appreciate
back there? Those are those boogies? You got Mesas back there? Is that your
Yes, as a matter
amp
of
of
fact,
choice? Nice.
Yeah, this is my Mark V. I'm quite religious about the JP2C. Funny little history about, man, I don't know, maybe going on 14, 15 years ago. You actually signed me on to PV.
All right. Yeah, when I was doing artist relations over there. Nice. Wow. So
Yeah.
we've known each other for a while. Now, who were you working with at the time? When were you doing solo stuff, or were you working with somebody else at that time?
Yeah, I was still doing solo stuff. I started the solo career in 2003. And I've been doing it ever since.
Yeah. And you're in Jersey, you said, right? That's where you're born and raised? That's where you're from?
Born and raised here, yeah.
Born and raised. Nice. Yeah. It's funny, just looking over your just over your discography and your history and everything. It's like, it's so funny, the people that you've played with, and I want to touch on them a little bit, from George Lynch, Gary Hoey, to modern day shredders like Andy James, working with Tommy Vext. You've had a really, a broad, musical background. And I would say probably some of these are, heroes you grew up with, right? Probably, George Lynch, I would assume. And it's funny because you credit Nirvana to Megadeth in your info. It's just, that's like almost illegal to say those two in the same, there's heavy metal purists who would not be happy about that. So, God bless you for being. I love Nirvana, man. I thought they were cool. In fact, I'll never forget. I lived in LA at the time. It was probably '91. We were on the Rust in Peace, campaign, and I remember driving in my car listening to KNAC, which was the big radio station then out of Long Beach. And they remember hearing one of these this kind of very punk rock riff, kind of side B of the Nevermind. Like, that is freaking cool, man.
Yeah.
I'm a punk rock fan. Loved them, man. I thought they were cool. As much as some would say, Nirvana and Seattle and heavy metal, the purists might say that, but it's I don't know. I'm into all music, as I think you are as well, right?
Very much so. Listen, I'm a brave man. I'll take it even further. I'm Puerto Rican, so I grew up with Spanish music and dance music in the house. So for me, I grew up on like funk and disco, and a lot of Spanish music. And my first ever musical experience was playing guitar in church, and a lot of the songs that we were playing in church were we would take old school Mark Anthony songs, and then they would change the lyrics to be more religious,
Yeah.
um, and and essentially what that taught me was just first how to play rhythm. I'm very much a rhythm guitar player first, and a
Mm-hmm.
songwriter first before I'm a lead guitarist. Um, so it just taught me like when to play, when not to play, what to play, like how to listen to the other instruments and what the other musicians in the band are doing, especially when you have
Mm-hmm.
horns and piano and because I was 15, there's no room for electric guitar, in that
Right.
kind of situation. But I kind of made my way.
It's funny. Lincoln Brewster kind of changed that whole genre. I've played in church. I was actually a worship leader for a while.
Oh wow,
Helped
okay.
start helped start a contemporary church as part of my Lutheran church here in Scottsdale. A new pastor came in and he goes, "Look, I know you're a musician, so I'm tapping you for the task." I'm like, "All right." So, I was up there like singing with acoustic guitar, and it's easier to lead from an acoustic guitar than it was to try to be Sting with the bass and singing. But. I remember we were in Nashville making the Megadeth record Risk in 1999, and I came home, and my kids were very young, so we started, kind of tire kicking some churches around the area here in Scottsdale. And that was kind of when that whole new modern sort of the contemporary praise movement was happening, and
Right.
And it's funny, I learned a lot from playing in church because I hadn't played in ensembles like that were non-rock and roll since I'd been in jazz band since in high school, right? So for 20 years I was in Megadeth, exclusively, and when you're in one group for a long time, it's great because it really hones and focuses your playing. One of the challenges is in being in one musical setting for a long time is that you can. I don't want to use the word stagnant, but you're always kind of reaching for where's my inspiration outside of this so I can bring something back to it,
Correct.
And
Right.
I remember the worship leader asked, he said, "Hey, can you play bass for me next week?" And I swear that was the loudest gig I've ever been on, playing in a church. The guitar player was ripping my head off. And I remember the singers screaming at it, "You musicians need to turn down. People want to hear the vocals." And I was going, gosh, they're right. You know what I mean? And it's that moment where, you really like, how arrogant and horrible can I be when I'm playing in church? Probably shouldn't be that guy, So let's all
Talk
turn
about
down,
like the
right?
setting of mindfulness,
Yeah, right. So you're right. It's like playing in these in these different settings. So Puerto Rico. So obviously you didn't grow up there though, right?
Right. No, I didn't.
Yeah. So, but the influence of that is interesting. How did that? Kiko, of course, is in Megadeth with me, and he in Brazilian. He has this Brazilian nylon string, Brazilian jazz, all these different things that come into his playing. How and where have you seen that creep into your music for your Puerto Rican?
Yeah, it's
background?
funny. A lot of those, I feel like a lot of what you grow up with and what you surround yourself with, even on a subconscious level, it does kind of leak into the reality of your art. So for me, a lot of like Afro Latino rhythms. I just kind of sneak in with some palm mutes and a lot of distortion. So a good example is this. So in my town is predominantly Hispanic, and African American. So a lot of the cultures blended, just seamlessly. And funny enough, because like the whole Coming to America 2 movie came out on Prime recently,
Right.
and the first one was a huge part of my childhood. And there was one scene, I'm sure you remember it vividly, when all the dance in the first one, the original one, when all the dancers come out and the beats it goes and they're just losing their minds.
Yeah.
So a lot of those rhythms, funny, on my last record, there's a section where it's just like it sounds like a war march, just and it was very subconscious, but when I listened back to it, I was like, holy crap, that's the rhythm
That's
section
it.
for that movie,
Well, hey, if
and
Metallica can put like, what is it, Wizard of Oz? Oh, hey, oh. Then by all means you can put Coming to America on your record.
Yeah, absolutely. But a lot of it, a lot of the bass lines that I write are, they have it's all about groove, So in Spanish music, obviously the bass guitar is very much the fuel to the engine of what the percussion's doing. It's like it's impossible to not want to, you can't stay still. You have to move your body to it. So
Right.
I kind of always adopted those rhythmic and groove aspects in what I'm doing, whether it be disguised as a thrash metal song or a progressive metal song, or even like a ballad or anything like that.
Right.
Because I do genre hop quite a bit, which you know, it is what it is, either to my benefit or detriment. You know.
Yeah. Well, it's so look, obviously you've got your solo career,
Mhm.
and you know a decorated career for sure. As far as playing with other people, because you know that is, you know, it's funny you're known as this, you know, virtuoso lead guitar player, but it's so
Mhm.
funny that one of the first things you say is I'm primarily a rhythm player, or at least when you're composing, you start there and you really build with the rhythms, the
Mhm.
bass, the drums, the groove. You're building there, so you're not starting. You don't, you know. I think a lot of people, myself included, growing up,
Mhm.
because I grew up in the 80s, the 70s really, but then into the early 80s, you know, everything became focused on this hand, you know, whether it was Jocko, Eddie Van
Mm.
Halen, Randy Rhoads, and I was as influenced by guitar players as bass players, to be honest with you.
No,
But I
sure.
think there was always this thing where everything moved over here, and then I went in the studio one day, and you know, the producer just said, "Hey, can you just kind of like lay down some eighth notes here?" And it was like, that's when I moved to a pick, because it just became more percussive. It became more groovy with the drums.
Yeah.
And I was like, gosh, you know what? You're right. Like, you make your money with this hand. Like, this is the hand that really pays the bills, not this
Absolutely.
one, you know?
Yeah.
So with that said, you know, I guess where I'm going with this is I think lots of times there's this thought like, oh, you know, Angel's a shredder. He must just sit around and shred. And then
Mhm.
somehow he puts a band in after as an afterthought. But
A
you
lot
say
do.
it's very much the
Yeah.
opposite.
No, a lot of guitar instrumentalists do, because I think, you know, it's very easy. I mean, if you're very aware of your ego and you work really hard on something, it's really easy to succumb to it all the time, you know,
Mm-hmm.
and it's just like a constant flex, and you don't really relax that muscle. Where, you know, for me, I mean, you know, like I have some songs that are just straight ballads, you know, or like I have other ballads that borderline on, you know, country ballads, you know.
Yeah, yeah.
So and the new record is going to be like a massive departure. Like there's no seven string on it at all. There's no double bass. There's no metal. There's no very little distortion. You know, it's kind of like Prince meets Chick Corea meets Covet meets Andy McKee. So
Wow. Wow.
we'll see. Yeah, I'm quite excited about it.
Yeah. Now it's interesting. You went back and actually re-recorded your first record, was it? Is that
Yeah, my
right?
second one actually. Yeah.
Your second one. Okay. You went and what was the thinking behind that? Just you wanted modern tones. You
Mhm.
needed to get out of a record deal. What was the what was the impetus behind that?
That's funny. That's funny. No, you know what? I never. I'm not interested in any of that. I've been DIY since day one. You know, I like owning my stuff. I like owning my art, and I like making money. So I'm gonna try
Yeah,
to keep it like that.
that's good. Yeah. Well,
But
what helps you afford nice gear and a nice room. I don't blame you. You know.
oh no, for sure, man. And I have
Yeah.
wonderful sponsors, you know, who spoil me, and I'm forever grateful for that. But you know, when it came to re-recording that record, I mean, again, starting in 2003, you know, before like guitar instrumental really took off, like the technology
Mhm.
was just not as easy to, you know, it wasn't as accessible and easy to wield. So when we recorded that, it just sound is it's raw, and you know, and I think it was fantastic for the time and place. But at the same time, it's I feel as you grow as an artist, you find ways to say things more eloquently because you go through life a little bit more viscerally. You know, you become more mature. You become more self conscious, more self aware.
Mhm.
So you know, and listening back to it, I was just like I felt like the songs were too mature for me to actually speak them through the guitar. You know, but at the time when I recorded it, I felt like I was seasoned enough and I really knew what I truly wanted to say. I felt like I had an idea of what I wanted to say with the original recording, but I felt when I
Mhm.
re-recorded it, because the original recording was done 2008 or 2009, the newer one was 2016. So by that point, I really knew who I was. So
So
yeah, I just
sit
wanted
down
to
and
represent
never
that.
play. You know, you say you. I didn't mean to cut you off there, but you kind of had a thought of what you wanted to say. Do you ever get a thought on an instrument other than guitar, like maybe on keyboards or something? And because you're a guitar player, because that's what you're known for, you feel sort of this obligation to that you have to sort of transition it over to a stringed instrument,
Mhm.
or is there somewhere inside of you going, you know, one day you know, I go to Eddie. You know, Eddie Van Halen's the greatest guitar player in the world, right?
Yeah,
At the time, right? He's the guy, and he
yeah.
frickin' comes out and starts playing songs like And the Cradle Will Rock and Jump. I mean, the Jump is one of the greatest keyboard lines ever in the history of the world. One of the most famous keyboard lines ever.
Iconic.
Out of all the amazing piano players and everything, you hear Jump, and everybody knows what song it is. They know who it is, and it was a keyboard part written by the greatest guitar player in the world of that time, right? So, do you ever feel this like need to? You've got, I don't know, maybe it's a keyboard or a piano line or something on a, take that thought, like you just said, to a different musician. Because again, you're matured now. You know, everything doesn't just have to be a shred fest. Do you ever feel that?
I'll even say I'm definitely maturing. I'm definitely, I'm not saying I'm,
you're not grown up yet.
I'm at my peak.
Yeah, don't grow up all the way, please. That'll take all the rock and roll, take all the danger out of you. Yeah.
Yeah, aside from saying that I like Nirvana. But I think for me, yes, actually, vocals. So sometimes I'll kind of hear or sing a vocal melody that I have in my head. Right. And then, like A Martian Winter was a good example for that. So when I heard, so I write concept records a lot of the time, well, most of the time. Okay. And I wrote this record called Universal Language, and it's a season on every planet. So like a Martian winter, a Mercurian summer, a Venusian spring, and whatever. Mm-hmm. It's kind of like Vivaldi's Four Seasons, but definitely not like, the prestige of Antonio Vivaldi, but like a little homage to it. So the main melody in A Martian Winter, I was reading this NASA article about how one of the rovers, this was years ago, wasn't sending signal back because it couldn't survive the Martian winter. And I read that, and I was kind of like, what would a winter on Mars sound like, right? So then I was kind of like, just spending time meditating on it, and the melody came in instantly on my head. And I was like, I was like, all right, so but it was manifested through vocals first. Keyboard, not so much. I mean, the only exception would be the song "A Mercurian Summer," that chorus, which is a happy accident. It was one of those. It was a patch on a keyboard where you hit the key and it just arpeggiates it by itself. It kind of like has a preconceived kind of percussive element to it. And I hit the key and I was like, oh, that sounds pretty cool. So then I started like playing around and tinkering with it to, fit the song. And that just so happened to be much like Jump, not as legendary, but the same thing where the keyboards kind of came first and everything else worked around it. Because that's the thing as a songwriter, that's the most important thing I feel is you have to know what should be on the front lines and what has to work around it. Like the guitars were very much an afterthought because the keyboard had a certain timbre and it fit in the mix in a certain way that was just captivating, and I think as long as you keep your ears open to that, it'll benefit you.
So I'm envisioning that a winter on Mars, you just described what you're feeling, kind of a thought. I think it looks like your room, though. I think it's like very white. I think it's bright. I think there's some guitars there. Probably a stack of amps. Hey, let's transition to get to your guitar for a minute, since we're talking about Jackson guitars. You've got a signature model. I assume at least one, if not a couple of those behind you are that guitar.
All three of them, yeah.
Would you mind grabbing a guitar, maybe even plugging in? And
okay.
I'd love to hear you play. I'm sure everybody else
like that.
Yeah. We're partying. Let's get this party going, man. Let's do it.
Well, I don't know if I could plug in actually because I'm ran through. I have my lav mic here, and I don't want to like jumpstart anyone putting on my amp.
You can shred acoustic. We'll get the feeling. But yeah, let's walk down your guitar. So Pro Mod DK 24/6 Nova. Yeah. That's a mouthful. Yeah. Where did you come up with the design? Was it something Jackson had? Is it something you came to them? Like, give us the background.
Yeah. So we are in order here. So this was the first signature that was released, the Sage Green Nova, and it was quite a surprise, to be quite honest. I've been with Charvel for, I think it was like 2017, I believe. Mm-hmm. And Mike Shannon, just did an incredible job of building me this prototype, and very quickly too, because I was actually doing a tour in Europe, and I absolutely loved the guitar. And when we talked about doing a model, there was just a couple things. I mean, so the basis of the body was the DK, but it is modified quite a bit. Mostly with this horn on the bottom, you know, and this is the 6-string model, but I mean, for the most part, aside from the neck profile, they have most of the same quality. So the issue that I've always had with any guitars is like if I'm doing a big stretch like this, like the bottom horn, you know, just kind of stabs me up in in this like fleshy part of my head, and it hurts, you know. So with this, I have like full access. I can do like the most insane stretch, and I still have a lot of comfort.
So you've widened that out. Interesting. Wow.
Yeah, but not enough to like aesthetically, you know, it doesn't look like it's out of control.
Honestly, I would have never noticed it had you not pointed it out. I mean, we've been looking at a gazillion Jackson and Charvel guitars today on this live stream, but it's funny just looking at the picture. You know, one thing that does stand out is I love your fingerboard dots. They're like these staggered. They come down from the top. They're not in a traditional line. That's what I didn't mean to deviate off your thought path, but give me what's the skinny on that, because those are cool.
Yeah, man, I have a little story about that. So now I'm a very like detail oriented person, and I wanted to make sure like, you know, this guitar is very much stood on its own visually and, you know, aesthetically and feel wise. So when I was designing everything, I had all the specs up in place, and excuse me. So Mike Tempesta, the A&R, you know, at Charvel and Jackson, he's like, hey man, so you have everything ready? Like, you know, and he's kind of like, the deadline's approaching. And I'm like, man, I cannot think of anything to do with these inlays. And that's such a beautiful opportunity because it's a lot of real estate on the guitar. It's an opportunity to really, you know, drive in your brand and feel of what you're trying to say design wise. So I remember I saw this tattoo. This guy had a tattoo of the planets in size relation to one another on his wrist. And I was looking at that and I was like, oh, that's kind of cool. So then I went into Photoshop. I had like, you know, the mock-up and, you know, the AutoCAD kind of mock-up of the guitar. I was kind of playing with it. I was like, maybe if I put these planets on there, it'll look kind of cool. And I was like, no, this looks absolutely dreadful. So I kept tinkering with it. It took a couple weeks. Actually, confession, it took months.
Fair enough.
Meanwhile, Mike's like texting me. He's like, dude, are you ready, man? Are you ready? I'm like, this is
you do a good Mike Tempesta impression, by the way. This sort of like, hey, the deadline was yesterday. Yeah, well done on that.
I felt so bad because, like, you know, I'm putting him in this, you know, in this awkward place with everyone. But so, and then, you know, long story short, I just came up with this, what I call the cascading dot inlay. And it was like a perfect balance of like a traditional, you know, normal fretboard, but it's not, I also didn't want it invasive to playing, you know, I didn't want it to be, you know, intrusive at all. And it's not, if anything, it helps me quite a bit. And yeah, I'm really happy with how it came out.
Yeah. Now, let me ask you something, you know, so you don't have a Floyd. It's not like a locking tram and all that kind of stuff. Yet you have the reverse headstock. And you know, the last interview we had Brandon Ellis from the Black Dahlia murder. He was clamped with a Floyd and everything. And I've, you know, again, I'm a part-time guitar player, full-time bass player, but even with basses, you know, we've done reverse headstocks. And do you notice or have a favor of that tension? Because I notice when the E string is the longest string, there's a different tension when, especially, and maybe it's the kind of music I play where you're kind of palm muting and things are chunked down pretty tight. The shorter the E string, the better. And the longer, say the top string, the G, you know, the high E, and B, you know, you've got that longer length past the nut, which gives a little bit of, you know, it's a little more fluid for bends and things like that. I've noticed that the shorter, like you have a very short E and B string, for instance, you know, your top strings. Does that create a tighter tension right there for you? Do you notice that, or is the headstock purely aesthetic for you?
I've never up until this moment thought about that, and that makes perfect scientific sense. If the string is shorter, obviously it's going to maybe resonate a little bit less. But I feel like, you know, thinking about it, I mean, I think that if it was the other way around I think the lower E string, the thicker the string, the more it would affect it, because I think the E and B strings are so thin, it really wouldn't make too much of a difference. But when it comes to the wounded strings, you know, I'm sure that to some degree it might. But yeah, I never really thought about that. I never really noticed it.
Now, like, I probably just ruined your entire guitar career now. You'll be sitting going, I can't believe Ellefson had to say this. Yeah, Mike, we need to flip the headstock, you know. Stop the presses. Stop cutting down trees. No more guitars.
He's probably going to text me any second. He's just like, don't you dare.
Don't you dare. And then you know what that'll mean? Then you're going to have to flip those dots on the fingerboard. Then that'll just come on. The whole shut down the factory. Come on. It all stops.
Cancel.
Yeah.
I'll be canceled.
Now, is your guitar, is it an import or is it a US made? What's the
it's an
history?
import,
An import, yep. Nice.
Not that
I got to say,
much of the difference.
The import product, I know there was a little thread here earlier. Some people were kind of complaining about China guitars and all that, and the quality of things that are made around the world is incredible. My signature basses come out of Indonesia. They're incredible. They come out of the box consistent every single time. They just pick them up, plug them in, play. They sound great. Even the strings sound good on them, and it's incredible the quality that these guitars that Jackson and Charvel are making right now on the EVH. Well, and it's interesting. I don't know if you found this too, but when you get a custom shop guitar. You wait months. We all do, even us professional guys. We wait months because Mike Shannon's over there with the Keebler elves in the factory, whipping up, tasty morsels for us all. But every custom shop guitar bass that I've ever had, they're all different, and I mean they hang different. They play different, they respond different, yet every single one of the production models, they come out, the strap buttons are the same. I mean, there's just a consistency to them. And I don't know about you, I learned years ago, sometimes even I'll walk into a guitar store, and if I see something, I'll just buy it. And I'm not a guitar collector guy. Like, I don't need like the, serial number 00001 flying V. I don't need that. It's just, I bought $300 guitars that I went shopping for $1,000 guitar, saw a $300 one, liked that better, swiped the card and bought it, just because there's songs and there's music in them,
Absolutely.
So you've obviously, been doing this for a while. You've had a number of different guitars, as a kind of a standout feature with this is, especially as a signature product, and again, like you said, Mike Shannon, he is the master builder of all master builders in our entire industry. I mean, like world renowned, the Jimmy Page, if you will, of master builders.
I'll sign off on that.
As I see you sitting there with that guitar, it looks like it's part of you. It looks like it could be another arm or a shoulder on your body. Like it's just part of who you are.
It's become that, man. Honestly, here's the thing: I've never picked up a guitar, went like that, and said, "This feels Chinese," or "This sounds Japanese." I feel it's just the human response of, I don't know what it is. It doesn't really matter, I think the most important thing that oh, Mike just texted me.
Oh, we've roused the beast. Mike Tempesta will be on.
That's great.
We're all fired. Just that's it. Yeah. Send your guitars back. Yeah.
I've never, if you blindfolded someone, I never heard a record and said, "Oh, that guitar sounds, Korean or whatever." It just doesn't make any sense to me. The whole thing is a matter of quality. Why does the region that a guitar is built? Why does that matter? I understand that certain things, as far as like the humidity of a certain country or whatever, of course, but I mean, these are professionals who know exactly. They want to protect their investment. They don't want anything to go awry, So, the biggest thing for me is honestly, I grew up very poor. So having a guitar that's very affordable is of paramount importance to me. Because, seeing guys like all the guitar heroes, like, Steve Vai and Joe Satriani, and seeing these incredible guitars that were like absurdly out of reach for a poor little Puerto Rican kid. There was I don't know. I just feel like after a point, it's kind of like play what feels good to you. It doesn't matter the price tag. It doesn't matter where it's made. It doesn't matter. There's just secondary things. Of course, once you're more seasoned and you understand the instrument, maybe there's certain things like obviously like with me, the horn. Excuse me, the neck profile is like the most important aspect of any guitar or instrument for me, because that's the first. It's like going on a date. The first time you go on a date with someone and you see someone, it's like you're attractive. With guitar, it's maybe aesthetic, but when you start talking, you're feeling that neck, and how comfortable it is to have a conversation with your guitar, So out of all the features, when we were designing, I was probably the most pain in the ass with the necks. And now the 7-string neck profile is quite different than the 6, only because the one thing that I learned is you can't really take a 7-string profile and do a 6-string version of it, because the neck is a little bit wider this way. So there's a certain ratio between the neck being wider this way and the neck being wider this way.
Mm-hmm.
And it just didn't work when we did that. We went through like 2 or 3 different profiles to get this right. That one, let's not talk about that. It took a minute.
Is the 7-string a signature model, or is it kind of a
Mhm.
one thing that you had to?
Yeah, they're both signature models. So the first one we released was the green one, which
Uh-huh.
actually they mocked up a bunch of different colors for me, and I didn't know which one to choose. So
Okay.
actually, I had the fans vote on the color that that they wanted.
That's a good
Because
idea.
they all look gorgeous to me. I would have and it's also kind of like, granted, it's a signature guitar, but I kind of wanted to share it with the fans because
Yeah.
they're the ones that kind of got me to the point to earn a signature guitar. So everyone voted on the green, which goes nice with my skin tone. So I'm cool with that. And then the second runner-up was the black, which we released the year after the green, and I'm quite happy with both of them.
Hey, grab your black one for a second, just for personal yucks, if you don't mind. Would you mind grabbing it off the wall?
Yeah, sure.
Just because you brought up some interesting points about 7-string, and obviously the one you just had there in your hand is the current signature
glad that
model.
I wore pants for this.
What's that?
I'm glad that I wore pants for this.
I know that, it's funny. We were all seeing that earlier. Pants are optional on Zoom stream calls. Some people haven't put pants on all year because they sit on Zoom and they call it in from the office. They're sitting at home and
how you guys doing?
Yeah,
it's like a party.
Yeah, we wouldn't hold it against you, but thanks for doing that. We appreciate that.
But yeah,
so the other one was a basswood body, the graphite reinforcement, I guess, on the neck and everything. Is this the same, pretty much the same guitar but in a 7-string model? Is that right?
Sort of. So like this and the Sage model are pretty much the same. The difference is this has the matte black finish and that has the Sage. Whereas the 6-string has the roasted maple neck. This is just straight up quarter sawn maple, which is still gorgeous. But they all have the basswood body, all the same pickups, the DiMarzio, Tone Zone, and Air Norton, which is iconic and classic for especially in basswood and lead playing. But yeah, same bridge, of course, too. The Goto 510. This has the 7-string version of this bridge, and the 6-string has the 6-string version of the 510.
So that has a trem on it as well, that one, or is that just like a hardtail?
Yeah, it has a trem. I just interchange the bars.
Isn't it interesting how it's funny, when I was making basses with Mike Shannon back in fact, this one here, I made it just so I could play Hangar 18 on tour. I'll get into that in the next segment, but it's funny how they didn't have anything. I mean, Goto had some stuff. Like, there were very few, when you're trying to expand, you think, hey, man, I want this, I want that, I want 7-string, or I want to, whatever, want this pickup technology or whatever. And, then you're sort of going for add-on parts. Jackson has been incredibly adept at creating. Now we use Jackson high mass bridges on the basses, for instance. So rather than having to go out and get these third-party OEMs, we can make them in-house, which I think is always better. It's kind of like a car. When the stereo works good in the car, it's been tuned by whoever, Buick or BMW or whoever. They've made the stereo to sound good in the car. Sometimes you start doing these aftermarket parts, and it's like, there's too much bass, or there's, it's weird. So it's interesting you're talking about these parts, because you're inventing something brand new here, and you're going to, I guess, third party, original equipment manufacturer, OEM, right? So you're going for this kind of third party stuff to for like your bridge, for instance. Was that a sort of bane of yours to try to find the right, because a bridge is pretty much the stopping and starting of if this thing is even going to work, right?
And I'm quite a very integral part of my sound and my phrasing is using the bar. I phrase, and it's my primary source of vibrato, obviously on the hand too, of course, that's of utmost importance, but you just get a certain, type of vibrato you just can't achieve with the left hand. And that was the second thing I was the biggest pain in the ass about, was the bridge. We tried, I mean, and there's not at the, and here's the thing, obviously compared to now, to back in the day, options were quite limited, and overall, and that's the reason why $300 guitars play like $800 guitars from, back in the day. Cause
Right.
it's just the human process of just getting better and better and evolving and better, whatever.
Right.
So when it came to the bridge, I mean, man, I tried two different Floyds. I tried a hip shot contour bridge, and for the 7, it's just like either I was getting the sound, sacrificing the feel, or sacrificing the tuning stability for it was just not perfect. Whereas the Godot was just incredible. The feel, I've never felt a floating system like this, that I feel like I have so much control and control over the range, right? Because a lot of floating bridges, like they're very limiting as far as how far the whammy is, the bar is to the body.
Right.
This, you have a lot more control over the height of how you want it. And it's just pop in, I hated the Floyd where like you have to go on the side and kind of Allen screw it in. I just felt like that was extremely cumbersome. And then you hear it resonate, like if it's not screwed on the whole way and you're using high gain, you hear grrr, you hear like this resonating. It's
Right.
Oh, I hated that.
Right.
So this eliminates all those issues, but the feel of it, man, it's just, my God, I absolutely love it. I love it. And I do enjoy Floyd's too, don't get me wrong, but I just feel like with the Godot, it's really great, man. I absolutely love it.
It's interesting. Hey, play us a few licks on there. I know you're unplugged, but
Yeah, man. So like, I don't know if you can hear.
Yeah.
Can you hear that?
Yeah. That's awesome. What people were commenting on was the stretch of your fingers. How many frets can you stretch on your
Oh man, okay.
hand?
So we're playing this game. So
yeah, let's do it.
I got to get into position over here. So
the how many frets can you stretch hour?
So like I can, like, the most I could probably do is if I would do 8 to 12 to 17.
Wow.
Like if I was really
Good
like
Lord.
Being ambitious about it.
Good Lord. Yeah. If you want to hurt your hand for the day. Wow. Wow. That's incredible. Wow.
Yeah,
now,
really
it's interesting. First of all, does that guitar have the same sort of planetary finger inlays or not?
Yep.
There it is. That's you. That is your signature thing. Now when I see that ever at a NAMM show, I'm going to, hey, that's Angel's trick. That's his proprietary. You're talking about the floating bridge, and you're not chugging speed metal and stuff like what I do in my band, because that's obviously a big thing. In fact, it's funny. I got a Rickenbacker bass,
Nice.
just because I hadn't had one since I was a kid, and as guitar players, you kind of need a Les Paul, an acoustic, a Strat. You just kind of need a chisel, a saw, a hammer, in your tool belt. It's just kind of what it is. And especially when you're recording, you need a lot of different things.
For sure, yeah.
And for me, to have a Rickenbacker bass, and I didn't think it was called a Rickenbacker until Max Norman was producing some Megadeth records with us, and he's British. He goes, man, it sounds a lot like a Rickenbacker, so with his thick Midlands accent, so, and then I started looking and go, yeah, it is Backer, not an H. I thought it was an H, so it'd be like Bacher, like Bach.
Bacher, yeah. And it sounds more.
But it sounds like Bach, Rickenbacker. Plus, it sounds more like the popcorn or something. I don't know. But but he might be Rickenbacker too. I don't know. But it's funny. I got the bass and I started playing it, and the way the strings go through the bridge, I can't palm mute with it. I just like, this bass is completely useless for probably 90% of the music I play or I'm ever going to record with. I mean, if I get called in to play some kind of alt rock, Arctic Monkey thing or something, maybe it'll be fine. But, for most of what I do, this bass is and I didn't know that as a kid because, I was just a kid learning how to play and playing in a ton of bands and doing stuff. But as we sort of develop a style, as we tend to do later in our professional careers, you find these things that work and that don't work. And, the floating bridge thing you just talked about, is that ever a tuning issue for you? Like when you're having to chunk down on that because it floats, does it ever create tuning problems for you?
Yeah, that's a fantastic. I think that's the biggest question a lot of people have with the Godot 510. Especially like me having the reputation of constantly using the bar I think some people were surprised that I got rid of the Floyd. I mean, and the Floyd, I mean, like again, it has its pros and its cons, just like the Goto does. So I mean, with the 7-string model, I would say it's not a locking system, of course. It sometimes will go out of tune. I would say the ratio of it's like 93% like locked in. And I tour with it, and I play and I play back to back to back, and I'm playing quite a bit.
Yeah.
I'm using the bar quite a bit. But once the string's set and it stretches and you give it time to settle in, it's like locked in. I never really have to constantly worry about it going out of tune. However, I think it's maybe a 6 to 7 string thing, because the 6-string, man, this guitar has the same, it has the same bridge on it. The neck is a little bit thicker. I think between the neck being thicker, the roasted maple, and having just the bridge, which on its own is pretty stable, I rarely ever have to tune that guitar, man. It is just like incredible. And the other,
and that's probably partly the graphite rods, though, too, right? I've noticed that those I have some modulus graphite basses, which are all graphite.
Okay,
I only use them to record, and even my Jackson signatures, we put some graphite rods in them, and it's amazing how they stay in tune. The neck is when the neck doesn't move. I mean, part of it obviously is the string, but when a string is stretched, it's pretty much settled. So, I noticed that you have the graphite reinforcement. Man, that just makes it just so it tune.
Yeah, absolutely. And another aspect of it too is that there's no string trees. So when you add this is just been my experience, and I have guitars with string trees, and they're a little bit less with the stability, only because you're adding different points of tension that aren't necessarily needed if you have a tilt back headstock, which this is the only model that actually has a tilt back headstock. So it eliminates the need for additional points of tension. So and it's always, think about it, it's always on the G, the B, or the E that they're going to have those string trees on,
right?
And the G string is just constantly trolling us because it never stays in tune no matter what guitar you play, right? Especially if it doesn't have a locking
Even
system.
worse when you're a bass player and you have a heavy grip and you're like, how come I'm always out of tune on the G string, the G or the B, right?
Yeah, man. So without
so wait a second. That's a good. So these guitars of yours have an angled back headstock?
Yeah.
Oh wow! No kidding. Look at that. Now again, you can't tell that just I'm looking at kind of a 2-dimensional photo. No kidding. Wow, that is that is very clever. Then it takes away the need for a string tree. That is brilliant, man. Because again, it's just another piece for the string to get caught on something. Correct.
Yeah, especially it's like the second that and I feel it takes a little bit longer for the guitar to kind of settle in a little bit. When you get a nice setup and some new strings, it's kind of like the second you use that bar, it's like, oh Lord, and then you're kind of like playing with it a little bit more. Whereas put strings on this, I let it sit for a couple hours, and then I start, stretching the strings out, and it's just like, it's just beautiful, man. It just falls right into place exactly where I want it, and I just don't have to worry about, there's not this overwhelming worry in the back of my head, like, oh my God, it's gonna go out of tune. Like, I trust them, and that says a lot.
It's funny. We got a comment on here. Tuning and stability questions are better left for guitar techs.
This is very true.
However, I've noticed this. Okay, so an artist, a guitarist, plays the way they finger a chord or certain parts of the neck. They can be either a little heavy-handed or really light. If your guitar tech does not finger the guitar the same way, they then either have to tune to their, when they tune, knowing that their boss, who's the guy on the stage, when he picks it up, he's going to play it differently. Do you tune it slightly out of tune, knowing that when your boss grabs it, it's going to be in tune?
Yeah. That's actually
there's all these different things. It's funny. We did a Megadeth record, Countdown to Extinction. It was a big record for us, and we had one tech there to tune all the guitars for everything. And there was one day he wasn't there right away, so I said, "Don't worry, I got it. I tuned it right." So I made the fatal mistake of tuning my bass. We cut the track, and we tried a whole day to cut rhythm guitars over it, and they couldn't get them in tune. And it turns out it was my bass that was out of tune. So I had to come back in. Yeah, I had to come back in, recut the bass with the guitar tech tuning it, because his tuning, right, wrong, or indifferent, that was the tuning for the entire record. right?
Oh man,
Right. So I
yeah.
had to go back in. Of course, studio time is expensive, especially in the
Oh,
big drum room. Yeah. They weren't very happy with me. They're like, don't ever tune your bass again,
God, man,
So,
that is
yeah. So we had to
like,
go back in. Of course, I wasn't that happy about it because it was a pretty complex track and
yeah.
I had to recut the part again. So yeah, it was that begrudging bass track. I can't remember what song it was, but it was like, but so lesson learned, that whoever's tuning, have one person tune and don't try to just go wing it on yourself. Even if it's you, even if it's like, hey,
Yeah.
it's Angel's record, Angel's tuning all the guitars and the bass because he's the guy playing them. Whoever it is, one person does all the tuning throughout on a recording. I found that to be very valuable.
Absolutely. And it's like, and it's paramount just to make sure that your intonation is super on point, when you're,
Yeah.
especially on bass, if you have a 5 or 6 string bass and you're using that low B,
Yeah.
the intonation is really tough to get like dead on. Like the B will be open, then you hit a D and it's a little sharp.
Yeah.
It's typically usually sharp, so you have to make sure that, like you're tuning as you go, because a record is forever, and you want to make sure that all your I's are dotted and all your T's are crossed, and it's, the perfect version of you.
Yeah. I just cut a track on something. I did the same thing, and it was kind of an internet jam. And I started playing my bass, and I realized part when I went, oh shoot, I didn't tune. And unfortunately, it was in tune, but I was like, I kind of need to nudge it a little bit here. So it's funny at the end of it, when I heard the mix, I was like, man, you might have to kind of auto tune that bass. I hate to ask you to do this, but I had him kind of auto. Turns out it was the guitar player who was out of tune all along, so I was off the hook, because even once he tuned it, the guitars were still out of tune. Like, okay, but I'm in the clear. But lesson learned, you know what I mean? It's like sometimes I'll sit down and I'm playing a lot with certain instruments and we always joke tuning is overrated, until it's out of tune, Hey, did you tune? Tuning's overrated. Don't worry about it. Just push the red button. Let's record this part, So
it's rock and roll, baby.
It's rock and roll, So, but tuning does matter. Well, listen, Angel, thank you so much for joining us here today, man, and spending this time with us. And before we go, are there any links that you might want to share with everybody here? Web links for your life?
Sure. You can find me on obviously Instagram, YouTube, Facebook, the whole nine. I think most of my handles are just Angel Vivaldi, or if you're super lazy like me, you can just Google me. I'll pop up everywhere. I'm kind of like an STD in like a prison. I'm all over the place.
Nice. That's good stuff. No, and what's next for you? What do you got coming up here? With whether the world opens up or not in the next few months, which I think we're feeling pretty good about it. We're feeling optimistic about it. But what do you got coming down the pike for us?
Yeah, well, regardless of whether it opens up or not, I mean, it's going to be a busy year for me. I have Away with Words Part 2 coming out, which is the second piece to an album I first released in 2014. And that'll be like a standard, Angel Vivaldi solo record release. But I also just started a new band, which I'm really excited about. It'll be the first time I'm going to be playing with, a band with vocals since 2012 when I was with Vexed, with Tommy Vex from Bad Wolves.
Yeah.
Which is really exciting. It's kind of nice to just like hang and play rhythm and just, focus on, leaving space for a vocalist, because leads take me at least forever to write.
Yeah.
And yeah, man, I'm the drummer for I can't say who the band members are yet, but the drummer's like an icon of like metal drumming, and I'm just like so incredibly grateful that we were able to connect, and it's a long time coming for this particular release, so I'm pretty excited about it. And aside from that, I got I do this kind of like my own G3, the Guitar Collective, which I've done 2 tours with. Nita Strauss went on tour with it, Andy James, Double Summit, and a couple of others. And in the back of my head, you guys, I'm starting to think about doing a digital version of that sometime later this year, which is going to be
very cool,
a lot of fun. Yeah, we'll see how it goes.
Very cool. God, this is great, man. Well, listen, it's great. Thank you for the reminder of many years ago with the artist relations thing, and it is great to I reconnect with you, which is awesome, man. You've done very well for yourself, so congratulations on everything.
Much obliged. I really appreciate that, man.
You've been doing. So, all right, well, everybody, thank you so much. Jackson, Charvel, and EVH Takeover. I am David Ellefson for Anderton, who is sponsoring the broadcast today. We will be back in about 10 minutes-ish. And I will be doing a little David Ellefson bass story, running through some basses and some stories, and be taking your questions as well. So hang tight. We'll see you in about 10 minutes. See ya. Bye. Greetings, everybody. David Ellefson. Thank you for coming back and joining us here for the Jackson Charvel EVH takeover, brought to you by Andertons in Guildford, England. Yeah, and we're looking at the comments coming in. Thank you for joining us. Let us know where you're stopping in from around the world. I think we found the perfect time zone accommodator, so we can get everybody in here, whether you're in America, you're over in England and Europe, the Far East, the Middle East, South America, wherever you may be. So we've had a lot of fun here with some great guests. Angel Vivaldi was just with us, Brandon Ellis from the Black Dahlia murder, and we still have Misha Mansoor coming after this. So anyway, thank you here for joining me here today. We scheduled in what we call a bass story. About a year, probably about 2-3 years ago, I guess, we started a platform. My team did, called Bass Story, which was, I wrote a couple of books. My first book I published was a music business book called Making Music Your Business, and it was essentially designed as a kind of a how-to book for musicians to walk through everything about the music business. Everything from, a lot of us, it's hard to, now I think we're in a much better position, to understand. In fact, music colleges often have they'll have courses on music business education. Back in the mid and late 90s, they didn't. So I wrote a book that talked, pretty much about everything from management commissions to what's the role of a lawyer, record company, royalty structures, all these kind of things. So it's, I wanted it to be 26 little short, concise chapters you could throw in your guitar case and pull out whenever you needed it. So that was the first one. And then in 2014, I believe, my first memoir, My Life with Death, was published. And then in 2019, I guess, we pushed out a second memoir called More Life with Death. And I even have a little kind of a fun fictional autobiography I just wrote called Rockstar Hitman, which is just that, a rock star who also has to become a hitman because of a record contract he signed, which many of us have felt like that over the years. It's like, wait, what did I sign? Like, I didn't read the fine print. So I remember my dad always used to tell me, never sign anything unless you have a lawyer look at it. But, what does Dad know? I'm going to sign the contract anyway, right? So anyway, we had some fun writing that book. So that's available through Amazon and BarnesandNoble.com if you want to have a fictional reading. But across this whole journey, I did some book tours where I went and I talked about the book, and then I got, doing clinics. Clinics have largely kind of dried up a little bit through the music stores, especially this last year with the pandemic. So just came up with a different platform called Bass Story, and where I would go out and actually use a backing band behind me. Sometimes some groups that were on my record label, Combat Records or EMP label group, and have them backing band, which is always more fun than playing to a laptop with an MP3, at least for me. I like to play with people. To me, picking up this bass, being in a band, doing all the stuff that we do, for me is always about the collective collaboration of making music together, hopefully with friends, sometimes not always with friends, sometimes with new friends. When you play as a professional, you're called in for a number of different things. Sometimes you're called just to come in and, put your part down. Other times you're called to come in and be a member of an ensemble or a group, whatever, and being able to fit yourself into that setting. So many different, scenarios there. So, but yeah, thank you. I see people checking in from Czech Republic, from Finland, a lot of people from over in Europe, which is terrific. Thanks so much for joining us on the stream here today. And, I wanted to walk through on this particular discussion today, talk a little bit about music, of course, but also, since we're here talking about Jackson, give a little walk down history lane with the instruments. And a question just came through here: do I still rock the Harkey rig? I do. And this bass that I have here right now, this is the latest signature model from Jackson, the David Ellefson signature model. And this bass is a exact replication of the very first bass guitar that Grover Jackson built for me back in 1987. And a little history of this, me and Dave Mustaine and Chris Poland, we in 1980, probably 86, early 87, I guess maybe it might have been early 87, we went to the arena in Los Angeles where we lived at the time, and to go see Judas Priest on the Turbo Tour. And the opening act was Dokken, and Jeff Pilson was playing a Jackson bass, and it just sounded amazing. I'd never heard a Jackson bass in a big arena setting. And Dokken being an LA-based group, Jackson guitars were really, Jackson and Charvel both, were really speaking to the, to the community. Rat, Dokken, of course, Jakey Lee, who was playing with Ozzy Osbourne by this time, and his predecessor, of course, Randy Rhoads, had, his now very famous Rhoads Jackson guitar. And so, Jackson and Charvel became really a staple in the LA metal scene, not just for the local musicians, but of course for the groups that were getting signed to big record labels and all over MTV. So Dave and I, well, before that, the next day, literally after that Judas Priest Dokken show, I loved the sound of the Jackson bass so much that I went to the Guitar Center on Sunset Boulevard, and I went in hoping to find a Jackson bass, and I did. I found one. I pulled it off the wall. I plugged it into a Gallion Kruger 800 RB head and into a stack of Harkey cabinets. I think it was a single 15 and a 410 combination, a stack. And man, my tone was just born right there. It just had this nice, clean, clear tone. In Megadeth, because there's Marshall guitars for the guitars, that's a very mid-range, takes up the mid-range. So for me, I like to get down below that, which this does. And then also get some nice top end that scoops up above it. So essentially, I'm kind of staying out of the range of the guitars because that's their domain, right? So I'm down in the bottom inside the kick drum, and then I'm also up on the top, This is just a DI signal, so we're not really getting the true kind of sparkle and spank of a microphone on an amplifier cabinet. But the bass itself has the fundamental tone. And to me, that's a big part of this, is that this, the instrument, when I pick up an instrument, even when I turn the volume down, just playing it, does it have a fundamental tone to it? Does it resonate well? Are the notes speaking? Are the notes coming out of the instrument? You can take two instruments and side by side, and they will oftentimes be very different. Either because maybe the day they were made, but more than likely, especially with the quality of production instruments these days, these basses, I pull them out of the box when I get them, and I mean they're just these are made in Indonesia. The signature models that I have, the import ones, and they sound incredible. They're often in tune. Which speaks to the reinforcement in the neck and just the craftsmanship of the instrument. So this one being that instrument. So it's funny. It is the latest of the signature models, but it harkens all the way back to the origin story of my journey with Jackson. And we even went so far. This does have EMG pickups in it. We replicated the same volume, bass, treble, electronics, the toggle switch between neck pickup, both, and bridge. We do have a Jackson high mass bridge on it, which Jackson had back in the day as well. So we've got new technology now for that. But this bass is meant to be a thrasher. It's I used it on the end of the P. Cells But Who's Buying tour. My original one, and then I went into the studio and we recorded the Megadeth So Far So Good So What record with it, and it's you know, it's meant to be a thrasher. You know, I see a question came up here from Antonio. So he's talking about why the signature pickups have bigger spaces between the pickups. Now, this one, not so much. This one, we really went back. I mean, we analyzed details of photos because, quite honestly, we didn't even have the specifications. You know, Jackson Guitars, Grover had sold it to a company. It got sold again. So some of these details were gone, and our master builder, Mike Shannon, you know, this was many years ago, so we used his think tank. We were literally using photos of me on stage with Megadeth to recreate this bass. It does have EMG pickups, but we did swap the as you see the P bass pickup here. We swapped it. You know, normally this coil set would be up in the front. If we're on a Fender, for instance, we put it in the back. One of the things I like about it is it pulls the punch back a little bit. It gets rid of this sort of, there's like kind of like an 800 hertz mid-range honk that I can't ever seem to get rid of when I play a more traditional bass. By moving that pickup back like that, it actually takes care of that, and it gets rid of that. So it gives this nice. It's meant to be a thrasher. You know, the string spacing is nice and tight. The body is a little bit smaller on the concert bass. It's a little bit smaller than, say, like a, you know, Fender Precision, for instance. So it's meant to rock. You know, I do a lot of the palm muting back here, right? So there's a lot of hunkering down with my palm muting, actually right there on the bridge. Right, so a lot of opening and closing of the palm back there. So these bridges are great for that, just fantastic. So that's this one. I'm going to swap over here to the next one in the line, and these two came out almost simultaneously last year. In fact, I'm really looking forward to getting them on tour and playing. Strings are a little older on this one. This bass is the 30th anniversary Rust in Peace reissue. This bass was actually the very first instrument that I designed with Jackson. Back in 1990, we had just recorded a Megadeth album called Rust in Peace, and we had a song on there called Hangar 18, and it was the last song I recorded specifically because it's in the key of D, but I didn't want the song, I didn't want to play it up in this register. I wanted it to be played down in the low string, right? So, but at the time I only had a 4-string, so I had to detune. I dropped down the E string, so. Right? And I sort of had to makeshift. And again, I always say this is before Alice in Chains and drop tuning became popular in rock. I mean, everything was in standard A440. So I recorded the front half of the song in that drop tuning up, and then we punched in to record the back. So that was, and once I got the track recorded, I was like, okay, got that done. And then I went, oh my God, we're going to go on tour in 6 months. So I called Jackson, freaking out, going, oh my God, we need to make a bass. I need a 5-string bass. And at the time, the 5-string was a brand new instrument. Music Man, a handful of high-end instrument makers were making 5-string because it was kind of more of a, for R&B and pop music. And it had a different pickup, Bartolini's and things like that. So, I wanted to have, at that time, I was just using the Jackson proprietary pickups. They were really the only thing that would fit into these basses. This was before EMG and some other aftermarket, options were available. So that is the history of this bass. So this one is available now. I love that it's got a nice, tight, close finger spacing on the strings, because I don't want to shift back and forth between the 4 and 5 string and have this radical string spacing. And quite honestly, this was just a really wide 4-string bass that we crammed the 5th string in on when we started. And I don't know if you saw the interview we just did with Angel Vivaldi. We were talking about bridges, and at that time, there really were not a whole lot of bridge options out there. And so we had to go with what was available. And I think at the time he was talking about using a Godot bridge. And I think that's what we ended up having to use on the original version of this bass as well, because it was the only 5-string option that was available that had a nice close string spacing on it. And so now, fortunately, we've got Jackson original equipment on here for the bridge, which plays great, and again is works very, very well for that. So even the 4-string stuffs. So it's very, very easy to play bass, and again, meant to be a thrasher. So if you're looking to get into 5-string, you've not really played too much with it, I definitely recommend this bass. Not because it has my name on it, that too, but it's a great bass designed specifically for people like me, who at the time were, pretty young in making the transition over to 5-string instruments. So, question came through here. Somebody was asking about pedals. I have the new, from KHDK, I have the Fallout pedal, which adds a nice distortion. One of the things, I don't use very many pedals. In fact, even during the Megadeth live show, I use a stereo chorus only on Dawn Patrol. In fact, as I'm in Dawn Patrol, which I just played, right? And then when we go into the Poison Was the Cure. And even though I recorded those without that effect, I find live it just kind of gives a nice wider spread, and it creates a little bit more interest to the sound when I'm playing by myself. One of the things that I found with bass, effects can really they take away the fundamental role of what the bass is there to do, which is provide this low end, right, and create the bottom end. Oftentimes, as soon as you turn on a pedal, be it a phaser, a flanger, a chorus, certainly distortion pedals are one of the worst effects of this. As soon as you turn that thing on, all of a sudden the low end goes away. So I'm very sparing in how I, apply effects pedals. With the shelter pedal, with the I specifically designed it to retain the fundamental bass tone, so that then as I add the distortion element to it, it doesn't erode or take away the bass. Because if anybody's got experience with pedals, excuse me, that's very much an issue there. So let me change basses here real quick. Get something to drink. Kind of tangled up here with my cables. I'm going to pop. We're doing a lot of talking today, so pop me a vocal zone. Okay. This bass, Picture Plectrum. Plug in all the way. This particular bass here rolled out, I guess, 2 years ago, 2000, I guess. We rolled it out at Winter NAMM, and was designed specifically to be a more traditional looking and sounding instrument. You can already tell right away. Has more of a P-bass tone to it. And as Antonio had just asked the question, playing with fingers or pick. I'll back up a little bit here. My thing with pick or fingers is real simple. What sounds best, right? What is the best application for the song? Oftentimes when I go in the studio, by nature, I bring a plectrum and I'll start playing. Most engineers love the sound of a pick because it's very clean and you can hear all the notes. Right? So I'll go from that, and then maybe I'll flip over and I'll start playing with fingers. Right? And right away the engineer will look at me and go, "What did you change?" And I go, "Oh, I put the pick down. I'm playing with fingers." 9 times out of 10 they say, "Use the pick. It sounds better." Right? So that's one of the things. And the reason I started playing with a plectrum years ago as a kid when I was growing up, I couldn't afford big, expensive amplifiers with a lot of speakers. So I was playing with my guitar player buddies who all had like Marshall 50 watt, 100 watt half stacks and stuff, which are very loud. And what I found is that the plectrum gave me a way to just kind of cut through. Right? It just gave me a way to be able to cut through and get through the wall of guitars and the drums. So then I went to a thing where I was, playing with fingers. We all tried to do Steve Harris for a while when Iron Maiden came out, right? And it's amazing that he does that with 2 fingers. Because most of us have to try to use 3, right? And as cool as that can sound, and we try to challenge ourselves to be these superhuman players, what I found is when I got into the studio, that it wasn't lining up with the click track. It wasn't in time with the drums. And so I grabbed the pick again, and this was in, about 1983. When I moved out to Los Angeles, I met Dave Mustaine. We started Megadeth, and we were going in and starting to record. All of a sudden, it's clear, it's in time, and I can really control the note. So, I spent a lot of time during I grew up mostly in the 70s and early 80s, my musical influences. And a lot of guys, I was as influenced, quite honestly, by guitar players because I was into rock and roll and hard rock and eventually heavy metal when it came to me by way of Judas Priest. And so one of the things that I did is I spent a lot of time over here with the left hand, playing notes, right? Figuring out notes. Because I thought that, kind of fancy fretboard acrobatics was what made a person a great player, right? What I then discovered when I started getting into the studio and playing is that this is the money hand. This is where you make your living, is over here. Can you play even? And being able to play in tune and in time is the fundamental role of a bass player. And no matter how gnarly the guitar players or the riffs or any of this stuff was getting, being able to just really hold it down was the primary role. And I realized that I had not spent enough time really focusing on playing in time. And that's when, again, I switched from, I found that the overall, the plectrum was a better approach for me, more so than the fingers. So So that was my transition, of course, putting it all together. And then as we got into songs, certainly as we're writing Megadeth stuff, I wanted to be able to, to play along with the, with the riff. And even as the riff was doing that, I could like lay down. Right, and I could pick up little signature parts of the riff and be able to lay down kind of a nice foundation and be able to pick up these little bits and pieces. As we moved forward, let's say Rust in Peace record, all of a sudden, then we started creating songs like Holy Wars, and there really was only one approach, and that was to play the actual guitar part. Right? There is no other path. You can't just like hold the root while that riff's going on. So one more time, being able to have the plectrum and be able to actually execute the guitar parts along with the guitars became the best path forward for my bass parts. So creating bass parts, I find, is first of all, listen. I find then finding somewhere between the drums and the guitar. In 1991, we were writing a record that would become Countdown to Extinction. And we'd write a little bit. We'd go outside. We'd shoot some basketball hoops. We'd come back in, pick up our guitars, and new ideas would just kind of fall out, And one of those was a song called Symphony of Destruction. And Dave Mustaine picked up his guitar, and he just played the riff. Right? And our drummer, Nick Menz, at the time started to jump in with the groove. Right? So I jumped in initially just learning Dave's riff, right? So kind of playing along with him, right? And I thought, well, let me fill the gap here. Maybe let me kind of lay down a little more of, Ian Hill from Judas Priest was always I just admire his bass playing. He plays such clever parts in and around these amazing Judas Priest riffs. So I took a bit of his approach, and I thought, let me just kind of fill in the blanks. Play the riff, but then fill in the blanks. So now I'm playing with the drums and the guitar. Right? And so he started to compose the song like that. So the bass line was fairly simple, but it picked up the little nuances of the guitar riff that were important because the riff itself is a hook as well as the vocal line. And then even during the chorus where the vocal and the guitar line descend, right? I decided to come up against that. So I ascended as the guitars were descending. And we meet right there. Meet on the D. And pick up that little lick to get it. Right? So using sort of counterpart harmony concepts, to work against each other. As the guitars come down, I'm coming up, and we meet right in the middle. Bum, ba da da da, and we pick up that little lick together. So it was fun learning how to create songs. At this point, we've already done Holy Wars. We've done the Rust in Peace record. We really went kind of all the way out there with very fast, progressive stuff. So it was fun to do something that was very simple. Yet, the strategy and the genius in creating something that's simple yet is very singable, still in the heavy metal genre, and likable by more than just heavy metal fans. So it was really a fun season of my career, and certainly with Megadeth as well, to expand over to that. All right, well, look, let me jump over to another instrument here. Today as we've been on this stream here, we've been talking about how instruments inspire us. And I always say it's almost like there's songs inside of them. And as we pick up different instruments, they do that. And this is one of my main writing bases right here. Again, the white 4-string that I had earlier, this is a part of that series. It's a bolt-on. If you can see, where is it? Yep, it's a bolt-on. This is the 5-string version. Now, it's kind of interesting because a 5-string will actually give you more wood that connects to the bass, down to the body, I should say. So there's a little bit more mass, which creates a little bit bigger tone. One of the things that I like that we added on here is this little wheel right here, so you can stick like a screwdriver or anything into it to adjust the neck. You don't have to go up here, and take off a truss rod cover and try to adjust through that way with like a specific Allen wrench that only fits that size of the truss rod. This one has a wheel, so you can, on the fly, fix and straighten your neck on the fly, because necks do shift a little bit, with weather. Even as they just sit here in this room, I'm in Arizona, it's very dry here, but between the summer and the winter, we don't have as radical a temperatures as some places in the world, but the humidity changes and neck shifts. So you can just tell this bass has a nice big wide girth to the tone. So this is an instrument that I usually pick up just out of nowhere. I'll just be sitting here at my desk and I'll look over, I'll pick it up, and 9 times out of 10, a song will fall out of it. A little riff, oftentimes these little kind of arpeggio things. So just a nice, fun instrument to play. You may have one of those around your house. I like to leave my instruments out. Obviously, there's some that I put away. I put them in storage, obviously, if they're professional. Instruments that I use just kind of for recording purposes. Obviously, the stuff I take on tour with Megadeth sits in storage units in Nashville, and some of the stuff is here at my house. But for the most part, I like to leave instruments out so that they're available to me. When they're available, I'm more akin to picking them up and playing and making some music with them. So, to me, it's about having, I've got a piano in the front room. Sometimes I'll just sit down and play. I hadn't really played the piano very much at all. A couple of months ago, I sat down on it, and my favorite key, C major, which is no black keys, nice happy key, and just started playing and putting my fingers around the keyboard and wrote a song. Little lyric came to me, and it was just kind of a beautiful moment. I like the same thing to happen with instruments, to be able to sit and record. Here at home, I have a little IK multimedia, the Axe.io, which sounds really good for just plug and play, demoing ideas, putting things down. I've even cut master tracks with it. I like to use Logic on the Mac when cutting bass, because it's got a really nice big warmth to it. Eventually, everything always ends up over in Pro Tools to be mixed. But I like for bass, I like using Logic. There's again a nice warmth and a low end factor to it that I really like. Other than that, for live purposes, I use Tour wirelesses. Someone was asking earlier about picks. I use the Jim Dunlop. These are a Tortex pick. This is a .88 is my main one that I use. I do have, once in a while, I will even use these here, which are this is a 1mm. I was using these back on the P-Cells era. Killing is my business in P-Cells, and I still have a few. These are out. I will occasionally bring them out. What they're good for is when things are really fast. right? Because the pick doesn't start giving, it stays real tight and focused. So I'm able to really, it helped me keep my hand together better. Whereas the lighter pick, I find is good for things that are a little bit more, like a Toulamon or something. A little bit more kind of groovy. I don't need such stiff tension smacking against the string. I like there to be a little bit more of a nuance to it. That's why the .88 works well. Sometimes I'll use, Dave uses a .60 gauge. And once in a while, I'll use that in the studio for recording if I need something to just be really kind of, just a little bit more relaxed as far as a pick. Another question came through that I saw about vintage instruments. I don't know, what is vintage? 25 years, I guess. So, I have my brother-in-law brought me a very cool Fender Jazz fretless that I have, which is cool. I have an old Spectre NS2, a pre-Kramer that I actually bought when I lived in Los Angeles in 1992. I bought it out of the Recycler, which is a classified ads newspaper. That's got one of those plug-and-play tones that I just love. It's great for recording hard rock stuff, and even I've even recorded on some ballads. It's just got a nice, clean tone. I find some basses in my arsenal that are just plug and play. I took this very bass in and cut a track for my Ellefson solo stuff. The track, it needed this kind of very sort of Flea, Under the Bridge, Chili Peppers kind of sound to it. So something a little bit more organic like this was better. Recorded with my fingers, not with a plectrum, just because it needed that kind of sound, and it was easier to play the line like that. I have a 76 and a 78 P bass, Fender P basses. The 78 is a rosewood neck and the fingerboard, and the 76 is a maple. I actually bought that from Gruhn's Guitars when I was in Nashville. I needed a Fender to record some stuff on the Megadeth Risk album, so I just went down the street, found it, and swiped the credit card and bought the bass. So I still do that from time to time. I still go into music stores. Obviously, I've got all my Jacksons, and we develop and invent a bunch of great stuff, but I like to go in and just, pick up guitars, basses, acoustic guitars, various things. If I see something I like, I'll grab it and just have it just to, I'm a bass player at heart, so it's nice to have a bunch of different stuff. It's kind of like cars, you can't use a pickup truck for everything. You can't use a luxury sedan for everything, so it's kind of nice to have a couple of them if you can. So as a professional, I like to have a handful of different instruments that can do a bunch of different stuff for me. So, and I even have a couple of modulus instruments that I guess at this point, since I bought them in '94, I guess I might actually make them vintage as of this year. Here's a fun little stallion. This is the Minion bass, and these things are just selling like hotcakes. It is legitimately a mini version because it's passive. It's a passive instrument, so it doesn't have the active. So you can already tell the output is lower on it. It sounds great, though. I actually recorded with this a couple weeks ago. I'd never recorded with it. I plugged into a big SSL through an Avalon preamp into Pro Tools, and the low end was just amazing. I mean, you can just hear it. Should probably play that with a pick. So obviously very small, good bass actually for younger players, female players, especially if you're a little more petite and you've got a sort of not as wide of a spread on your hand, So this is a wonderful starter bass, believe it or not. And I think for me, just kind of a nice companion. I love having it around the office. I'm definitely going to be taking it out on the road, throwing it in the bus, so we got something to sit around and jam on. Because it's just a way to keep your fingers warmed up, kind of work on ideas, stay musical as you're, tripping around the world and, doing everything that we do. So this thing is this is called the Minion. So I like the silver. Silver, this Quicksilver has actually been deemed essentially the official David Ellefson color over at Jackson. So it's been the main instrument or the main color for my instruments, especially since that first one that Grover Jackson made for me back in 86, 87. So, but these are a really fun little bass. Like I said, very low maintenance because there's no battery in them. You don't have to worry about leaving them plugged in and draining your battery and coming back tomorrow and wondering why the thing doesn't work. It's a really good, tough little instrument. So I can't say enough about these. And like I said, they're this is actually made in China. So it's funny, there's a discussion earlier about China. In fact, I'm going to rip through some questions here too. But that's the thing is, people are talking about China and the guitar manufacturing around the world has just come so far in the years. We had for a period. We had my signature stuff was made initially out of India, and I remember meeting the guy who owned the factory at NAMM, and was very excited about selling Jackson on the idea of using his factory for stuff. So people are competitive, and it's interesting. We were over in China. Megadeth was. I guess in 2016 we were there, and our guitar player Kiko Loriero, he made the mention that in Asia, China especially, Western music, if you will, guitar music, has only really been introduced there maybe in the last 15 or maybe 20 years, maybe 20, 25 years. So it's fairly new over there. So I think for them it's still exciting. Over here in our westernized societies, of course, we've had the electric guitar most of the last century of our lives. So the same 12 notes of our chromatic scale and the same 22 frets have played a lot of the same notes. Of course, the beauty of it is it isn't the note or the fret, it's the person who plays it. It's the music that we create through our own hands and through our own interpretation. I do find it interesting that I saw recently that I think it was the 1994 MTV Awards had about 6 or 7 guitar bands, everybody from Nirvana to the Chili Peppers to maybe REM, versus the 2021 VMAs. There wasn't a guitar on any of the records for nominations. So music changes, things change. I do know though that in this pandemic, this last year, the sales of guitars and the sales of home recording equipment have been through the roof, which just goes to show when we finally have the time, like we've had this year, and the wherewithal to be at home. We like to grab our guitars. So it's just one of many instruments in the ensemble, if you will. Horns, keys, drums, what have you. Record companies are looking for artists on TikTok right now. So if you're a TikToker, get your guitar out, get your music out, get over to TikTok and start jamming. I kid you not, major labels are signing artists on TikTok. If you'd ever thought you'd see the day. So they're trying to grab, they don't care about 10 years from now. They only care about 10 minutes from now to gather some of those artists over there. So if you're a TikToker and you're into your guitar, pick up your Jackson and head on over and start shredding on TikTok. Who knows, you might have a record deal. Maybe even by the time this podcast is over here, our show here today. So somebody's asking, did I play tenor sax? I did play tenor sax. My musical upbringing, my mother had the musical ear and gift in our family growing up. I first learned on a Wurlitzer organ that they had bought. So I took lessons from the church organist. So I learned treble clef with the right hand, bass clef with the left hand, bass clef with the foot pedals on an organ. So I learned how to read music. And I wasn't playing songs that I was particularly fond of. I admit that. And then I took up the tenor saxophone in 5th grade. Didn't care so much for that. But it's interesting. I picked up the bass at age 11 in the summer of 1976. The Kiss Destroyer record was the big impetus for that, as was Bachman Turner Overdrive, Not Fragile. I'd heard on the radio Styx, Sweet, 10cc, Chicago, all this kind of stuff that was coming out back then. And it was really sax solo on the new Megadeth. Yeah, maybe. Who knows? I don't know if I'll play it, though. I haven't kept my chops up. But I started I started playing I was always in bands with older guys. I was really into playing the bass. I was really into music, so I got pretty good at it really, really young. Then I started playing jazz band. The jazz band bass player quit, so they called me and said, "Hey, you want to come? And I know you're kind of young, but you want to play in jazz band?" And again, because I could read music, made me able to do that. I could, read manuscript and I could read the charts. And then I started to take some lessons in jazz to learn, about how playing around chord changes and not being so literal in what's on the page, but just learning the chord changes and being able to improvise and work around that. So, that's kind of a lifelong study. I discovered once you learn jazz, you kind of know everything about all music. You learn how to read, you learn how to improvise, you learn about harmony and, playing over chord changes. I always say in heavy metal, the riff is to heavy metal what the chord changes are to jazz. So that's kind of what how I look at that. But and of course, Jackson artist Marty Friedman, who was in Megadeth with me for about 10 years. We talked about that too, about kind of soloing, and he goes, inside of a riff, the key center can change a lot. Especially because in metal, where we're using these half steps, a lot of diminished stuff. So we're using a lot of half steps, and the harmonic minor and diminished stuff, creates a little bit of a challenge with that. So I agree. Peter Cetera is a great bass player. I had good stuff there. I like that, Peter. So thanks for that. I like your bass, but Jackson basses aren't sold in Japan. I don't know if that's true. I think they are, actually. But we will find out about that. I will check that out. So listen, thank you so much for joining me. That is David Ellefson's bass story for today. No two are alike. The stories always change. Thank you for your comments and your questions here. We'll be back in about 12 minutes for our final interview today. Misha Mansoor from Periphery will be with us to talk about his signature instrument and all things amazing that he does. So thank you so much for joining the Jackson, Charvel, and EVH Takeover, sponsored by Anderton. Stay tuned. We'll be right back. All right, welcome back, everybody. David Ellefson here. Welcome back to the Jackson, Charvel, and EVH Takeover, sponsored by Andertons in Guildford, England. We thank you so much for joining us. We've had a great time talking music, playing music, getting to know about Jackson, Charvel equipments and just the various nuances of the different musicians. Shredding, mind-blowing musicians and songwriters who are using the equipment. It's wonderful to be part of the journey. Thanks for joining us around the world. And we've got one segment left here. And man is, I know in Megadeth, he's this guy gets probably more hails and kudos than anybody for changing the landscape of heavy music and modern-day shreddom. And everything that he's done. So it gives my great pleasure to introduce to you Misha Mansoor. How are you, my friend?
Hey, how you doing? Can you hear me okay?
I can. Yep, you're great, man. You're good.
Good, because I couldn't get my mic working. So I'm just using the one on the computer.
It sounds good. It sounds great. You're
what an intro, man. That intro is way too kind. I don't deserve
I'm telling you, man. In our campus, of course, with as far when Chris Broderick was in the band, he was just like all over your stuff. Kiko, of course, Kiko Loriero,
right.
Even our drummer Dirk Verburen. I mean, these guys, you bring up your name, they're like, oh my God, it's
wow,
like,
yeah.
You mentioned the second
why
coming.
All those guys are nuts. It's crazy to get any talk from people like that. I mean, like those guys are really world class as far as I'm considered.
Well, so are you, my friend.
No,
Believe me, I hear your name in our band room.
I wish it felt that way. I just feel like again, a kid in a bedroom, still kind of.
Yeah. No, I know. You ever have that feeling like one day I'll make it? I mean, one day I'm going to get there, right?
I'm still there, man.
Me
still
too.
Like, well, one of these days, man. Just hopefully it'll all come together.
Is that a good thing? I wonder.
For the music,
I assume that's a good thing because because we've never arrived, which is probably a good thing, right? Because once we've arrived, we then I don't know, then you go off and be a farmer, or I don't know, you start.
Yeah, you just have to change careers at that point.
You do something, right?
No, it's fun to have the goal. It's fun to have that next thing to work towards. I mean, I think probably a lot of musicians can relate to that as well.
What is that for you? What is now? I mean, I'll go over your resume. I mean, my gosh, you're an inventor, an entrepreneur, you're a car collector, you're a guitar hero. I mean, what would be the next thing for you?
Like within music?
Yeah, let's stick it to music for now.
I mean, I've had this discussion with people, like what it is that I'm trying to do. And it's really like an abstract thing. Maybe you can relate to this. Just like get into do you ever get in these flows where you just feel like you're watching the song come together and you're almost like a passenger, like
100%.
And that's, I feel like that's a result of like very healthy chemistry, maybe the right environment.
Mm-hmm.
But I think that's a beautiful thing. So it's less about like, oh, I want to write this kind of song, and it's more I want to get the elements together to where I can feel that and watch this thing come together where it almost feels like I'm watching it rather than being an active participant. I'm like sort of watching myself put this thing together. And I think that's a really beautiful thing. It's a really abstract thing. And that's sort of the dragon that I'm chasing, as it were,
Nice. Yeah, that's well put. Yeah, you're sort of astral projecting, looking down at the operating table as they're operating, right? People that have said they've left their body before they ascended,
I mean, but when it's kind of like that a little bit, and when it's happening, you're like, okay, I can just I always call it like following the thread, and usually like the song is always just like way different than what you originally expected. Like I'd be like, oh, all right, like an ambient thing, and it comes out real heavy. You're like, well, I guess we're just gonna follow this thread and see where it goes, So just kind of trusting that process and chasing that,
So where does that moment happen for you? Does it happen like when you're at sound check and there's just a random moment, or does it happen in a jam room with a bunch of people, or could it happen right there in your room? You're in New Jersey? Where are you at?
No, I'm in Texas. I'm in Texas.
You're in Texas. Okay, gotcha. Okay. Yeah. So you're down in Texas, and where does it happen? Or does it, or is there any one place for it to happen?
Yeah. Well, you know, I'd love for it to happen more in like, say, like the jam room, but we don't jam that much, or I don't jam that much with people. It's just the way it's worked out. I'd like to jam more, and I'm not really good at like improvising or anything like that. So really, like where I'm most comfortable is a studio. So the studio is basically where that would be happening.
Right. Gotcha. So in the sort of layering things coming together. Now, in this year, look, we've all been off the road. Plans have been thwarted. You know, we've had to pivot and recorrect our lives, and you know, for the most part, become internet musicians, if you will. Yeah. To use an Alex Skolnick term, you know, he told me that a year ago. He goes, "Look, for the next year, I'm an internet musician." And so, have you done any sort of quarantine jams? Or have there been collaborations that have happened through the internet, maybe not publicly, but just privately sending some files back and forth, where there's just been a beautiful moment? You go, wow, I never saw this coming. This is incredible.
No, and again, I'm not that great at jamming. I think I'm more comfortable in the studio. I've done a guest solo for a band, which honestly, that's even surprising for me because I don't do guest solos. I don't really enjoy writing solos. I don't consider myself to be a very good guitarist, so it's like a challenge. It was a way to like actively challenge myself and put myself in like an uncomfortable place. But I think that came together pretty well. Other than that, I think the closest thing I've done to being a sort of internet musician is I did some Twitch streams. And again, being more on like the composer side of things, like that's where I really feel a lot more comfortable. I was like either like writing on a live stream or like showcasing some of my projects and showing people like how I write or like how I approach stuff, sort of like just showing how the sausage is made, on a live stream and through Twitch, and that was actually pretty fun. It was a completely different dynamic.
Right. But it's funny, since you don't like the jam, I'm going to hire you to play drums on something. Then that way it'll be totally out of your. Or to sing on something.
I started on drums. They're my favorite instrument. I'm just not very good at them. Nice. But that was always the dream, was to play drum. Like the dream, like to this day, would be. And not that I want to take his place, but like if I could play drums for Deftones, like I'd drop everything to do that.
See, there it is. That's it, man. That's it.
That's that next level. There we go.
That's it. That's it. I mean, hey, if I could breathe fire and spit blood, I'd try to join Kiss. I'd at least audition, you know?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, we all got that band with, I'd drop everything to do that.
Sure. Drop everything to do that, yeah. Even if just for an afternoon, you know what I mean?
Absolutely.
Just to kind of do it once, you know? So it's funny. I think you came through Nashville. We were working on the Megadeth record. So this would have been, I guess, maybe a summer ago, 2019. I think you came through with Animals as leaders, I believe. Did you?
Yeah.
I remember Kiko was hell bent. I'll never forget it. Because we went down to go see Nita Strauss. She came through town, and we're all friends, of course. But we were strategically setting the session up. Like Kiko's like, man, I got to be out of here by 6 o'clock tonight. Like whatever we're doing, I got to be done. You know, I got to leave because I got to go down and see Animals as leaders. And that was one of those moments where, again, Misha was the golden god. You know what I mean? It's like, and we'll stop. You know, so it was a great moment, actually. You know, and obviously I didn't go. I think I was exhausted or something when it happened. But
I don't blame you, man.
I regret not going. Well, it's funny, you know, Nashville's an interesting town because there's so much music. You know, Duff came through. I remember going to see like a house band that plays there called The Residency, right? And they were kind of like, they would play like all this 80s rock and roll. In fact, Gene Simmons grabbed them to be his backing band when he went out to go be the Gene Simmons band. So they're great. I mean, they play everything from Humble Pie to the Eagles to Montrose. I mean, they know everything, right? And and then you walk through a little sort of common area, and then there's another venue, and Duff was playing with like Shooter Jennings or something. And then I think, you know, there's this other venue in town Nita played. Maybe that was where you played as well. So, I mean, there's just all this. You know, it's interesting, Nashville, because it has not always been a tour stop for heavy metal. I don't know about you with Periphery or things.
For us, it's always been a very good town to play.
Nice.
And we've been a tough sell in a lot of markets. So you remember the ones that like you. Nashville's always been an easier place for us. But there's a lot of music there. And, you know, if I was doing a session there, the last thing I would think about doing is going to a show. You know, it's like, hey, how about we get break some music?
Well, and especially everybody in that town can play, you know what I mean?
Yeah,
So
oh my
I can
God.
see why you would be a draw. I mean, you're a guitar
We're
guy.
not
You
at
know,
the level of those guys. Some of those Nashville guys are just like, I mean, it blows my mind what they do. And like they have it down to like this art form, and they just show up and just are, insane. And like you'll never hear about them. They'll just work in Nashville. They'll just stay there. It's kind of an interesting scene. I don't think I would survive there. I think like any confidence I had in my instrument would just disappear. I'd be like, well, I guess I should just be into other things,
Well, it's an interesting concept, because that town is based on versatility, being able to back other people, play with other people, and like you just said, you're very much an artist. You're very much a creator of your own world, which is what everybody wants from you. They don't want you to sound like anyone else. I'm in a band like that. They don't want us to sound like 4 other bands. They want us to be us. And that is a blessing and a curse, because it's a blessing in that we obviously get that sort of that notoriety claim, forever. We have a legacy like that. As I've noticed in my career, after 20 some years into Megadeth or so, I was kind of going, God, I don't want to get stuck with just always walking in the studio playing the same bass. I don't want to just play She-Wolf again or Holy Wars again. Like, how do you develop? How do you expand? I was a big Ted Nugent fan growing up, and I remember after like his big live album, Double Gonzo, he said, somebody asked him in an interview, who do you listen to? And he goes, I only listen to me. And as he said that, I started to realize all of his records were starting to sound alike. You know what I mean? And I remember that quote like it was yesterday, because as much as our fans always want us to go back and sound like the first album, that whole thing. You probably get some of that too.
Yeah.
There's what is that album for you? Like if fans like sort of angle you towards something, is there a record or
weird.
A band?
There isn't the consensus. And like we've taken some data to look at it. It's generally the latest thing that we put out that ends up being the most popular. But there are hardcore fans. I have a theory about this, which is like there's a lot of people who are very attached to our second album, and that was the album where we started to see a turn. Like we started to see like fans actually starting. Like we weren't a cool band before that. The first album, no one really cared. And then we start like with the second album, we started to see like fans showing up and caring about the band. And I don't know if you relate to this. I'm definitely this way. Like when I get into a band, usually whatever the first thing that gets me into that band, whatever that album is, that will be my favorite. Even if, and that's why I always classify like usually with a band, and it's not usually the same album. There is my favorite album and there's their best album. There's another album I recognize is better objectively in every way. Right. But because it's not the first thing I associate with them, I'll also have my favorite, which might not be as good an album, And
that's
I think
a good point. Yeah.
I think for a lot of people, Periphery too, like our second album was their introduction. So people seem to talk about that album in a way where it's really special. But we don't really care. Like, I mean, I don't know a lot of that stuff was written so long ago. I don't remember. I don't even relate to that person who wrote it. And we just kind of just do our own thing, and we just hope for the best. And each album seems to perform better than the last. So it seems like people are just like accepting, like we're just gonna do whatever we're gonna do, and you just deal with it. And it's always a slow burn. Like whatever album we come out with, like even if it sells well, and the numbers are good, and the live reaction is good, like critically from our fans or whatever, it's always a slow burn. Like first they're like, yeah, it's okay. It's not as good as that last one that you did, But just 2 albums ago, like I remember we did this concept record called Juggernaut. It was very different, and people just thought we lost the plot. Like they were just like, well, that's for this band, And I remember we got a lot of hate for that album. I was super proud of that album. We all were super proud of that album because we put a lot of work into it. But it was a little different in vibe. And now it's like, oh, like that was the high point of their career. I'm like, where were you guys when we put this out? Like, so I think our music might be a little bit like something that people have to digest, and because of that, we just don't care anymore. Do you find that you find that you're thinking about the fans when you're writing? Like, you find yourself like maybe feeling a bit boxed in, or like trying to consider them when you're writing, or are you like, nah, screw it, we're just gonna.
I think there's two sides to it. One is, you know, we went through the 90s, which was a very challenging time for especially thrash metal bands, right? Who finally, you know, we paid our dues in the 80s. By the early 90s, our moment arrived, right? MTV Headbangers Ball. It was big, right? And it was, you know, we got up into the arenas. It was big stuff. But staying there was challenging because obviously metal music showed up, on a Pearl Jam, all that. I loved all that music, but clearly MTV just turned heavy metal off. The exception of Metallica, you know, pretty much everything else just went away. So Testament, Slayer, you know, everything kind of went down into the underground again. Megadeth, we stayed there, and we made some changes to stay there. We adapted some things. And quite honestly, it came at a time for us when we were ready for it. You know, we were ready to not just play everything at 180 BPM and, you know, just rewrite Holy Wars again and again and again. You know, we wanted to do some, so we, you know, do some different stuff. So especially the Euthanasia and the Cryptic Writings records were very much aimed at, you know, what we found is when you played thrash metal in big halls, by the time you saw this drummer hit the snare, and by the time you heard the snare, it was like this, buka, 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 right? So slowing the material down, you know, it was kind of a play to the bigger rooms, ironically. And it fortunately it worked. But then fans started clamoring, going, "Hey, we want to hear, you know, B-Cells again. We want thrashing, and when are you going to do Rust in Peace again?" And you know, so like you said, you kind of get the fans clamoring for that. I think my feeling is when we're in the room writing something, does it create? You know, in my mind, I have the vision of when we debuted Megadeth in 1984 up in San Francisco. And, like, the fans, it was just maniacal, man. I mean, fans were stage diving, and it was, you know, the punkers and metalheads, and everybody was there. They're stage diving, literally reaching up, pulling the E string off my bass. I mean, I go, does this riff we're writing create that, you know, that lip curl?
Yeah.
You know, does it get that? Am I feeling that? And because that period is gone. 1984 is gone. But does it still create that feeling, you know? And I think
you kind of know it too. Like when you there's this sense when you hit something and you don't know why, and especially if everyone else in the room is feeling it, you know? You're like, okay, well, I can't explain it, but for some reason, it doesn't even have to be complicated or whatever. Like it just sometimes you hit something, you're like, okay, that's it.
You know, we used to write at Soundcheck all the time, and I think it was probably on the Euthanasia tour we played. There's an arena in Rome, and it was the first time we'd been there. And we'd always write at Soundcheck for about 30 minutes, and then we'd always have the front of house guy tape it on the cassette, right? So we'd take it all home, and then we'd start sifting through the riffs from the tour Soundcheck. And there was this Dave had his back turned to the house, so he's kind of facing Nick on the drums, and we're all kind of huddled around each other. And he starts his riff down, and it was kind of one of these, you know, just kind of a mid-tempo Megadeth arena rock kind of vibe, right? And I remember like the janitor who's sweeping the floor going, gung, 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 gung. And the lady doing the popcorn is kind of going, gung, 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 right? I just noticed, you know, there's no fans there, right? And I said to Dave afterwards, he got back to the soundcheck, I go, dude, did you see the reaction in the room? He goes, no. He goes, why? What was going on? And I said, man, it's like people who aren't even metalheads, you know, the 60-year-old janitor, the 80-year-old popcorn lady, like everyone's just kind of digging, you know, that thing, right? And I said, dude, that riff is freaking awesome. And I don't even know what it was. I don't know what that song ever became. Right. But it was that moment. And again, it was just that moment. And when you know it when you have it, you know?
Yeah, exactly. That's exactly what I'm talking about. And, you know, I haven't had the privilege of having like just sort of random people react to it. Like that's even better because like those guys haven't bought into whatever you're doing. They're just doing their own thing. So like they're reacting very genuinely. That's kind of an awesome little litmus test for your riff or idea, I think. Like I think that's ultimately like that's what you're chasing, you know. That's probably why your career has lasted so long, is because ultimately people, and I have this argument all the time because fans think that, and I'll probably get in a lot of trouble for saying this, but like fans think that like bands create music for them, and it's like no, at no point was that ever the case. I think bands get tempted into that because once you have this sort of, you know, dynamic relationship with your fan, it almost seems like there's this symbiosis between, you know, the music that you put out and what they enjoy and consume. You could be sort of tricked into being like, yeah, like maybe we should account for what they want or whatever. But I'm like, no, like the only reason that you got here is by being very genuine to yourself. There was some sort of process that you trusted or some sort of, some way you went about creating the music that was very genuinely about creating the music, and that's what brought you this far. Shouldn't you just continue doing that? And wouldn't people know if you change? You know, you can tell when a band's like, oh, maybe we should shift. You know.
They do know. They do know. You know, it's funny, you know, just looking over your resume. I mean, you've gotten to work with guys who have made careers, you know, lifelong careers doing that. Devin Townsend, for instance, Steve Vai. You've gotten to work with the greats. I mean, of many age groups, you know, and you yourself are one of those, kind of really probably the generation behind them, you know. Tesseract, who's another band. I remember when Chris Adler was playing, and Chris Adler was in Megadeth there for a while, played on the record tour. He was like, oh man, Moustache and Tesseract. He was really into these. Oh, he was another guy. I mean, you were you were Elvis to him, you know, and and
that's wild, man. It's wild. This is new information to me. So this is
you're big in the Megadeth world. Yeah, you're like a hero over there.
Compliments, I'm gonna tell you. So this is just very awkward for me to hear this kind of stuff. Thought we were gonna like nerd out over it. But what you are pointing out is like these are bands that and people that are like obsessed with the exploration of music for themselves and in and of itself, and like the fans do not ever enter that equation, you know? And it's just kind of like, here it is. You know, Devin Townsend's a great example. I can't imagine a more prolific musician and talented. Like that guy's probably one of the most talented people I'm aware of, you know? And the fact that he could have such a breadth and depth of music that's all functional, it's all very good. It doesn't matter what size. He's done some of the craziest metal I've heard. Done like full on like ambient and acoustic album, and it all works. Right. Like you don't get to that point by being like, oh, how do I get more radio play, or how do I make the fans happy? Like the fans want this one album. Like, you know, fans want like eras of his existence back. You know, he's just like, no, like this is where I'm at now. So this is what you get. Take it or leave it. And I absolutely love and respect that. And seeing guys like that just makes me feel better about sort of, as I call it, being selfish in this pursuit. It is a selfish pursuit, but it is kind of, I think, even if it's not what the fans realize they want, I think it is what they want, is they want us to just go out and do the stuff that makes us happy, because that's what landed us here in the first place, you know?
Right. Yeah, I'd always say Devin Townsend is the most famous person the mainstream has never heard. You know?
Yeah.
Right? People like us know him. He's a hero, right? Yeah. And of many generations, especially musicians and musos. Same with like Porcupine Tree. My son just yesterday was, Dad, have you heard Porcupine Tree? And I said, you know what? I've heard very little of them, and I know I've got friends of mine who are graduated from, you know, MI. They hail this band. I love them, and I feel bad that I'm not as familiar with them.
Steven Wilson is the Devin Townsend of like prog world.
He for sure is. That much I know, you know. Yeah. But it's funny that these groups, and again, for me growing up, early Rush was like that, you know, before they, you know, got on MTV, you know, they were my secret little prog band, you know. And, like a band that could play Les Pauls and Marshalls and still play in 7 once in a while and get away with it, you know.
Right. No, it's always great, you know, like I love bands that can do that, because I mean, this is a big challenge. Sometimes I set challenges, and maybe you guys do this too, where it's like because I like prog music and because I like writing like stuff like that, you know, I want to do the odd timings and whatever, but I also want to see if I can do it in a way where you're almost tricked into thinking it's not as complex. Like the complexity is never the end. It's just a means to an end. Yeah. So like the average casual listener wouldn't even necessarily notice that it's in an odd time. Yeah. But the musician who sits down and tries to learn would be like, oh, there's actually more to this. It's a bit of an onion. Like there's more layers to this than I realized. And when I actually sit down, like this riff is kind of complex to play, and there's more to this. But like on your first listen, that wouldn't be your takeaway. And I think that's hard to do. I think that's really hard to do. And then you get bands that do that. They're like, just sneak it in. You're like, that's a cool song. Oh, wait, that's a really weird timing now that I'm thinking about it. Like, how'd they get away with that? And like, it's because most people didn't notice. And that's how they could, you know, get like the average person to
Soundgarden was great with that. They played in 5. Right. You know, Cornell was great at writing these riffs that didn't have these weird turnarounds. I always say you don't want to headbang sideways on the upbeat. Throw your neck out, you know?
No, that's a great example. And they figured it out because you wouldn't even realize it until afterwards, you know?
Yes.
Then there's a lot of bands where like, you're like, full credit to them. You have to be amazing to play this stuff. And I'm like, okay, like this is crazy stuff. But like, all I could say about it is that this is very complicated and very hard to play. But it's not hitting me like, oh, this is a great song first. Like that should be the first thing, ideally. And then if you also manage to sneak in all these other layers, like for the musicians, well, that's how you win. I think it's like you get all the sides involved with it.
One of our early drummers, Gar Samuelson, grew up. He said, I like to think of myself as somewhere between Keith Moon and not Omar Hakim, but there's another Billy Cobham. Cobham meets Keith Moon.
Yeah,
right?
very different drummers.
Awesome. Yeah, two very different. Wyatt over here, and it's funny. It's because he would always play really low, like Charlie Watts, right? And he'd keep his toms really low, so he'd do these little fills, and he'd do these backwards fills, like, right? Most guys go down, do. He'd go and he hit cymbal. And I'd go up to kind of rock out with him and play with him, and he'd always look the other way. He'd do the Charlie Watts thing. Now he'd come over this side, and he'd go over this way, right? just messing with me, right? And I always say, it's like, dude, come on, what's up? I said, you want to be more dynamic? He goes, and he was, was really like, dude, he'd have a cigarette. He'd go, dude, all the posers make the easy stuff look really hard. I like making the hard stuff look really easy, And I was like, dude, that is it right there. That's it.
That's sick. I kind of want to steal that, and I think I will.
Go ahead. I'm sure he's passed on. I'm sure he'd be happy to let you.
Yeah, I'll just
steal away.
I'm not cool enough to pull that off, though.
Steal away. Well, hey, since we're here with Jackson Guitars, let's talk guitars. We got some comments coming through the feed over here. You've got your 6 and 7 string. You've got the people are fanboying about the orange guitar. You've got your new blue guitar, the 6 string. Walk through. I guess start with that one right there.
It's a pretty cool guitar because it's my quote unquote dad rock guitar, but it's a sleeper. So I'm a big fan of Strats. I think everyone is. Everyone loves a good Strat. And I went through a bit of a Strat kick, and I was like, man, I'd really love, I've got my traditional signature model, which is kind of suited to periphery. It's got to be really versatile. Kind of a shredder, like super flat fretboard, like just very specific things that we designed. And I was like, man, it'd be cool if we could get those elements into something that looks like a Strat. And they actually built me in the custom shop these 2 relict, Daphne Blue Strats,
nice,
which were just mojo machines. I was just so in love, and everyone who played them was in love with them. And I was like, hey guys, like, it's getting a lot of attention. Do you think we could do like a production model? And they're like, it's interesting you ask, because we were thinking the same thing. And they're starting to do production in Japan now, and like, I'm like, that's cool. So this is actually made in Japan.
That is awesome.
This actually is the prototype. So working with the guys that I do, I work with Peter Witchers and Mike Tepessa and John Romanowski, and they're all like shredders. They're all really good guitarists.
Yeah.
So it's actually a great shorthand, because if they ever send me anything, they're usually trying and approving it. And if they like it, I'll probably like it, because they're really picky as well. So they send this to me, and usually there's like a revision or 2 or whatever. But like this thing arrived, and like I was smitten. I mean, I think I was working on a side project with Mark, our project Haunted Shores, and was here, and we just ended up using it, and it was like inspiring riffs and whatever. So I was like, okay, this is just good to go. So like, although this is the first prototype, this is also exactly what's being released. I was just like,
how cool is it at Jackson? I think the same thing. Mike Tempesta was in Powerman 5000.
Yeah.
Peter Witchers was in Soilwork.
Yeah.
These are not low bar bands, right?
No,
these are
no.
Top level guys. So you and I get to design instruments, and these cats have benchmarked this stuff before it even shows up at our house.
Oh yeah, and like I always tell people, like, there's a lot of companies that can build you a good guitar. It's about the people you work with. I love the people I work with. I love those dudes. I mean, they're just great dudes. And, I've gone out with them on clinic runs and whatever. They're great hangs. But they're also great guitarists, and they've been, like, they get it.
Yeah.
So there's just a lot of conversations that don't need to be had. They're not corporate types. Like, they get guitar. They get good guitars. They're picky about guitars as well, in the same way that I am. So, yeah, if, like, Peter's played something and he's like, there's been times where he's like, yeah, it's not ready. I know that he's just not wasting my time. He's like, if it's not passing Peter's cut, it's not going to pass mine. But if he's like, yeah, I tried it, I'm stoked on it, I'll probably love it, you know? And that's been the way it is. So like this is just got streamlined down to like the greatest degree, because like he was like, yeah, you know, check this out. And I was like, man, this is just good to go. Like I have no comments. This was the first time I was like,
I've had the same. My last bunch of basses, sometimes we're working on a custom shop version. And even then, they're amazing. I mean, just looking at some of this, I've got samples here, you know, that they've sent me, and I keep the samples because they're just awesome, you know.
Yeah, of course.
They're awesome. They're like, hey, I'm gonna just hopefully they forget to ever ask for it back. I'm just gonna keep it. You know what I mean?
I don't think they want them back. I have like a prototype sitting around. We were discussing this. Yeah. I was doing a podcast recently. They're like, how many guitars do you have? I was like, I don't know.
Yeah.
And a lot of them are guitars, you know, I can't sell them. I won't sell them. They have sentimental value, but they're prototypes. And I've got like the production version as well.
Yeah.
So I'll just give them to friends or whatever, you know, or like, you know, musicians who could use a guitar. Cause I'm just like, you know, you'll have this on indefinite loan. Like don't sell it.
Yeah.
But you know, I don't want this to just sit in storage and collect dust. I'm not going to sell it because it's got sentimental value. At least it'll be put to good use. But yeah, there's a lot of those samples sort of floating around or like ending up on the floor here, you know?
Now, are you plugged in by any chance?
I'm not. So like again, I was having a little bit of trouble plugging into this.
That's right. Hey, just shred a couple licks. You know, the people here from all around the world tuning in. Obviously,
I don't shred. Let's see. I got.
You don't shred. Come on.
I really don't.
That's what you do. You shred. What do you mean you
don't?
Shred?
I'm more of a composer. But yeah, like
compose a shred. How about that? There you go.
I don't know if you guys can hear. This needs to be retuned. We're using it to record, and
that's right.
We're actually in the middle of a session right now. Like we're working on some new periphery.
You can charge us back for the session fee, by the way. Studio time. It's funny. It's very Strat. It's a very Strat sound.
So the whole point of this was, so I've got my bare knuckle Ragnarok pickup here.
Yeah.
So that for all the heavy stuff, it can handle this like no problem. And we're using this for periphery, haunted shores, like anything that's heavy. But then you've got the second position and fourth position, right? Sorry, my playing is terrible.
Wow, no, that is terrific. What a great tone, man. That is awesome.
And then you've got fourth position as well. Right? And then you've got the full on, like, you know, neck. My playing is horrendous, and
no, you're good. Hey, look,
I wasn't planning on playing on this, but
no, you know, dude, brother, it's all good. I literally just did an hour jam through. I did a little bass story thing by myself playing, and again, I got basses here, and it's DI, which to me is the worst offensive bass tone ever. DI, you're trying to dig and get your nuts on, and it's not there.
Yeah, and I'm gonna be honest. I woke up right before, just in time for this because we had a pretty late session last.
That's because you're a rock star. That's what we do.
No, I was working on this thing till like 3 a.m. and I just didn't.
That's okay. It's all good. That's why we put you last. I had to be out of bed at like 7 today. I had to get up today. Today was go to work day.
Helen at Fender at Jackson put this together. I was like, just give me whatever the latest thing is, because I was like, I know I'm gonna be we're gonna be in writing mode. I'm not gonna be waking up early, you know.
Yeah, that's awesome. we appreciate it, man. That's great though. That's the diversity, the tones on that is. I was called the Dave Murray pickup, right? I remember I had like a Hondo 2 Stratocaster copy as a kid, and I wanted that like DiMarzio bucker in the back, right? And then I started seeing Dave Murray from Iron Maiden had it, and I'm like, I knew I was into something, you know, like
well, you could just get the full, you could get the full range of sounds, and we like the heavy stuff, the mid gain, the clean stuff, so you can get everything with this. But at the same time, it's got 20-inch radius, a super flat fretboard, like I have on all my signature guitars. stainless steel frets, jumbo frets, right? You've got lumen lace side dots so it glows in the dark. You've got Goto locking tuners, you know? So it's got all these like modern appointments to it. It's got the Goto bridge, which I really like as well. Gotten rid of, you know, the second volume control because I don't need it, and push this further away so I don't keep rolling it back. I put the output jack in the correct spot because the deep dish, I mean, it looks cool or whatever, but it's just not practical. Like I can use an angled cable with this, no problem, you know? Got dual design Dunlop strap locks on this. And it's a fairly light guitar. I went with basswood for the body. I just love the way it sounds. I have it on all my guitars pretty much. And it makes for a lightweight guitar. It's very spanky, a lot of mid-range. So, you know,
basswood great. It's great sounding
It gets
wood.
so much crap because it's like inexpensive and it's not a good looking wood. I mean, you just paint over it, but like I like light guitars. I find that like basswood is not only good sounding, but consistently good sounding. This is the thing people don't realize when you're doing a signature run of guitars. Say you go with something like mahogany, which I have on one of my signature models. The weight variance, depending on where the wood is sourced, and you know what the trees like when they cut into it, you know, because they're sourcing so much wood. It's like, no one really knows. And basswood has been consistently the lightest and just consistent from guitar to guitar to where I've just been able to rely on it. And like so many of my heroes use it, like Alan Holdsworth, Steve Vai, Joe Satriani, John Petrucci, Guthrie Govan, all of them use basswood on their guitars. You know, again, it's like maybe they're onto something. So it's not a sexy exotic wood, but I've learned kind of the hard way because I have a lot of custom instruments. Like sometimes those really crazy looking woods, they make for beautiful looking guitars, but they aren't necessarily the best sounding or feeling.
Man, you are singing my praises. I've been saying that for years, you know, because the bass guitar community, and I guess you could say Les Pauls and things that have match tops, and, you know, then, you know, like Tom Anderson guitars. I remember when Jeff Young was in Megadeth, he was really into Tom Anderson's and these different guitars that had these beautiful tops. What I found, those tops often suffocated the sound. Like you'd have this nice instrument that breathed, then you put this maple top on it. It's like putting frosting on a cake. You're just
then they put the poly coating on it as well. Like I couldn't agree more. So I actually offer a maple top guitar, but like for the studio, I find myself using the basswood ones more, just because they have more of that attack, like that you kind of dig in and you feel it. You know, I like having both options. I'd say like the mahogany and maple top ones are more traditional, you know, a bit more traditional sounding. But yeah, like if you ask me like what my go-to wood would be for body wood, it's always basswood. It always has been. So it's just, you kind of know what you like at this point. And when you're doing signature stuff, as you know, you just got to go with what you like. It's not about what
I always said that with a lot of Fenders I tried. The best sounding ones were black. And I assumed it was because they probably used the worst wood that looked terrible. It was all knotted up, so they just paint it black so no one will ever see it. Like, damn, this thing sounds great. You know, the worse the tree, the better the bass. You know what I mean? So these basses, these $5,000 like coffee table furniture. You know, me and Marty Friedman always say that. It's like, I don't want a coffee table, man. I want a rock and roll instrument, you know, and something I can beat up and kick around. And,
that's the other thing is like you go on tour. Like there's some guitars I have, I'm like, that's beautiful, but that's way too nice.
Yeah, it's too nice.
Touring is not kind to instruments. You know, you really want to be flying to Australia and Japan, like, you know, and getting these guitars thrown around. Like, get something that's a workhorse and that sounds great. Like, it's, I don't know. Maybe you just have to tour a little bit to.
No, I'm right there with you, dude. I'm right there with you. And I love that with the Jacksons is they're workhorses. You know, sometimes mine sit like yours. Probably they sit on a container out in the middle of the ocean as they're shipping slow boat to another country, and you open them up and the screws have got rust on them, and you break them off and plug them in, and off you go. You know, and it's rock and roll. It's what it is. We
usually fly with our instruments, and I think that's kind of brutal too because you know it's going up in the plane like freezing, and then like you land in sunny Australia, and it's just like the guitar's just gone through hell in like the last 12 hours. And it separates the men from the boys because there's certain guitars and certain companies where the guitars don't survive. I won't name names. But Jackson was always good about it. Like the guitars always perfectly tuned. Like it didn't have to set anything up. I actually even put the truss rod adjustment right here just so that if you do need a quick
nice. You know what? I had that same thing. Yep. I have a couple of basses that I did with Jackson. Same thing. Just that bang. You can take a screwdriver or anything.
It takes a second. It's like, okay, usually if there's an adjustment, it's that. That's
that.
it.
Yeah, yeah.
You know,
exactly.
and then bam, you're done. So you don't need to be like unscrewing anything. You could just be like, okay, we're good to go,
Yeah.
and then you're good to go.
A lot of people have been asking, by the way, that is Daphne Blue is the color of
Yep,
that
this is
instrument
Daphne
right there.
Blue.
Great name.
Classic Fender color. One of the perks of Fender owning Jacksons, I can have the Fender headstock.
Yes.
You know, with a Jackson logo, which I was just, you know, anywhere else you'll get sued. So I was pretty happy about
I'll
that.
tell you this. I did kind of the same thing with this headstock. I wanted to be more
there you
traditional.
go.
And even though that is an original IP that I guess Jackson owns, I thought, you know, if we're going to get sued, it'll be from the company that owns us. So it's like Robin Peter to take Paul, you know what I mean? So
these are the perks. These are the
perks, yes, in-house. So, hey, one thing here, too, before we wrap up. Your other guitar, you got a 6 and 7. Do you have that there, or is that hidden away somewhere else?
Okay, so
pop that out for 1 second.
We're using all of these to record. So let me just find them. What are we looking for? Oh, yeah, I'll show you something cool, actually. This is wild. Metal Joe Williams put this together for me. Wanted to mess with, you know, we
Dude, I was going to ask you about that because I always talk to Romanowski about the fan fret thing. What do you make of it? I had a ding while I was recording.
That's a long answer. It's a complicated thing.
It is complicated. I know.
Because you know, I don't own very many fan things. I think it's something I'm trying to crack, and it'll be somewhat personal. There's just so many more variables. Like, what are the 2 scale lengths? What's your neutral fret, you know, and how does that affect it? Like, even on this one, I like this guitar. I want to do another one. I think the neutral fret's the 9th fret. I want to do another one where it's the 12th fret to make it a bit shallower of an angle here and a bit sharper here, and see if I like that better or worse, you know? Yeah. There's just a bit of experimentation, but I'd say this one is the best 8-string that I've tried so far because it doesn't feel, it feels kind of like a 7-string neck. It feels smaller than it is. And you don't think about the fan when you're playing it. Like, that's the most important thing. I think if you have to like account for the fan, then it's already failed because
what I noticed on fan, and let me know if this is, you know, down here it was fine. As I got up higher, I noticed it. It was a little more. Do you get that when you're up in your higher strings, upper register?
Not on this one, but it's a very minimal fan. It's only 1.5 inches, so it's 27 on the bottom, 25.5 on the top. Nice. But I do want to tweak. I want to see. I don't know if it'll improve it. I want to see if making it shallower on this end and sharper on this end, like kind of to your point, will make it better or worse. Because I notice with palm muting, sometimes it's hard to get the angle of my hand just right because I'm used to it being flat. So if I make that a bit more shallow, you know, that'll be better on the right hand and up here. And if I will pay too much of a price on the lower frets or not, you know, chording or whatever. So. Yeah. We're still experimenting, but this guitar is phenomenal. It's light. Like they know what I like, man. All the way.
Is that basswood? Because it looks heavy as hell. Is that basswood?
It's basswood. Yeah,
wow.
Of course.
No kidding.
Like, and it sounds great. Like, it's just I know what I like. Yeah. So this crazy, you know,
dude, that neck is insane. The neck is like a
flame
tank.
maple roasted. I always have like roasted flame maple necks or roasted necks. Jumbo stainless steel frets, locking tuners. You know, they all have the same sort of appointments, bare knuckle Ragnarok pickups here. Yeah. We've been using this to write and track. You know, when you get a good instrument, just riffs seem to pop out of it.
Isn't that the truth, man? Isn't it the truth? And you don't know which guitar or instrument that's going to be. It could be something expensive.
You know, this was a prototype. This was, again, supposed to be something to just test the waters.
Yeah.
And they actually wanted to, like, when I told them the changes, they're like, send us back so that we can, you know, try to fix it or whatever. I was like, no, I want to keep this one because, like, I'm writing with this. Like, this is actually a good instrument for what it is. So, like, I don't want to, like, lose this or change this. Just make a different one, and then I can compare the two. But yeah, riffs are coming out of this one. It's inspiring a lot of stuff for the periphery sessions. So we're just kind of working with this one for now.
Keep it.
This isn't coming out. This is just an experiment. But what I do have coming out, where are these guitars? Bear with me for 1 second. I think they're in the other.
No problem. Take your time. Do your thing. How cool is this, everybody? Getting to hang with Misha, an inside look. He's in the studio. Thanks for joining us here on the Jackson Charvel EVH Takeover, sponsored by Andertons.
Yeah, these ones. There we go.
Oh, yeah.
So these are the other two that we put out. I don't know. Have you messed with Evertunes at all?
I have not.
Okay.
I have not.
I think they make them for bass. I don't know
Okay.
if they do yet, but do
Okay.
you know about them?
I don't. I'm not that familiar with them.
Okay,
Fill me in.
they're
Educate
wild.
me.
It's a bridge that keeps your guitar in tune, always. Like,
So is it for guitar players? Is it a trem bridge or is
no?
it?
It's a fixed bridge, but it uses springs and tension and like space magic and alien technology to keep your guitar like perfectly. I mean, like I don't even know how this one's dialed in. I'll show you. So no bending, right? But you can.
Wow.
You're actually just setting the tension. So what you could do, there's this like safe zone where whatever you do, the pitch will not change. So in the studio, you're doing chords or whatever. It's like half of what you do in the studio is just tuning, right? It sucks. So these things save so much time.
Wow. You know what, dude? That you just totally hit me on something. I thank you. That was worth the last 5 hours of doing this. John Romanowski, he's backstage. I'm going to have to take this up with him. And here's why, because when you're tuning down, well, most of us, we don't tune up. We tune down.
Yeah.
And then you're trying to get the tension. That's one of the, especially with bass, bass is already low. So when you go lower, they hate it. Speakers hate it. Everything. The strings hate it.
You're fighting everything. Yeah.
Dude, that is brilliant. Okay.
So you can really strike the string. It won't go sharp. Right?
Yeah.
And then, like, if you're playing chords, whatever, like, oh man, it just makes tracking a breeze, right?
Yeah.
Now there's this safe zone where you're actually setting the tuning down here, but here you're adjusting like where it is in that safe zone. You get out of it, and now you get it to be a normal guitar, right? So what I do is I set it to be just under the safe zone, so picking really hard. Doesn't go sharp, but I can still bend. I just give it a little bit more than usual, and I can still bend the string. But if I brought it out of the safe zone, nothing happens.
Wow, look at that. No, where's that setting at? Where is that setting that you do that?
So it's kind of hard to see, but you adjust it with like a little Evertune Allen key. You actually tune the guitar here.
So it's right on the bridge. Okay, got it.
And then you set where it's all tension based. So you set where it is, like using the tuners. So tuners are not used in like sort of the traditional sense. You're half tuning it. Really, you're setting the actual tuning that the guitar is locked into down here. But then you just end up with this like perfectly in tune guitar. Like no matter what you do to it. And again, anyone who's recorded in the studio knows that half the time you're just tuning the damn thing, and it's so frustrating, and it's life sucking, and it's like
time is money.
Like, so these things save so much time. I'm gonna be entirely honest. They change the feel a slight bit. They don't sound quite as good as a regular hardtail bridge, and like that seems like a big deal until you start recording with it. I always say it's good to have both in the studio. So like I've put out this year, in addition to my regular signature models, we have these Pro Series that come with Evertune bridges, both the 6 in this like a Porsche chalk finish. Yeah. And then I did a very light Gulf Blue 7, which I don't know if that color.
Oh, that's pretty.
But it's the same deal. Evertune on this one as well.
You know, it's funny. You name car. Yeah, I know you're a car guy. I do the same thing. I always love like that Lexus Pearl or, these Battleship. I had Jackson make me a bass because it was the color of my Panasonic answering machine back in '92. Right. Battleship gray. Send it to Mike Shannon. Can you match this? This. So
I think I ended up doing. Yeah, I think technically this is Battleship gray, but just satin.
Is it? Yeah, sure. That's pretty.
It
looks like it's aluminum.
Sorry?
It looks like it's aluminum. It's
it kind of came out that way. This is kind of like like we need like kind of a silver color, and they're like, well, what if we do Battleship gray, but we just make it satin? I'm like, that sounds pretty cool.
Love that.
And it ended up being a really that's like one of my main 7s for recording.
That's cool.
But so like these are the new models that we're introducing this year. Those 3 models.
That is great.
And these don't replace the regular hardtail. Yeah, I have a Hipshot hardtail bridge one as well that's available in orange and all these wild colors. We went kind of more subtle colors on these ones, but I think these are very useful tools in the arsenal. Like for anyone who records, if you haven't messed with an Evertune, should definitely check it out. Maybe check out my guitar because like, man, it'll save you so much time in the studio. And if you have a heavy right hand like I do, you can pick super hard, get the attack that you want out of the string, get the sound that you want, but you won't get that thing where the string goes really sharp and then settles. Like normally I have to tune my string kind of flat so that it like lands on the correct note after my pick attack. I don't have to do that. I can just, just trust the guitar and like it'll be perfect. And on bass, the tuning is even more important on bass to some degree, because you're holding the root note down. So if you're sharp, doesn't matter how perfectly in tune the guitars are, you're in trouble. So I don't know if they make one for bass or not. I should know the answer to that.
We will find out.
But if they do, you should have it on your bass because you'll be like, oh my God, this is a game changer.
I love that. Yeah, because a lot of different tuning things, and again, taking standard instruments and doing the different tunings. So, man, Misha, this was really, really great, man. It's first of all just great to finally meet you, and again,
it's great to talk to you. It's great to meet you as well.
Yeah, just we'll do we'll jam somehow. We'll make that happen, whether it's in the studio or we'll have you come out and do something.
At the very latest, at next NAMM, which knock on wood, probably could happen, right?
We'll hire you to play drums. There we go.
Right? That sold.
Well, this has been great, man. Thanks so much for spending the time. You got to get back to work. I know you're writing songs and making records and changing the world like you do.
So, God, don't say that. I'm just making music.
Yeah, I won't jinx the session. Yeah. Go for the lip curl wrist.
Yeah, I'm going. That's exactly what I'm going for.
Go for the lip curls.
If someone's making a stank face, like.
Well, tell your crew hello. Nice to meet you. And again, everybody, thank you so much for joining us. I'm David Ellefson here for the Jackson, Charvel, and EVH takeover from Andertons. Thanks for hanging with us here all day, really, all morning, all afternoon, all evening, wherever you might be around the world. We're going to show, I believe, a little video, and then John Romanowski and I are going to come back and close things out here. So stay tuned. We will be right with you. And we are back. John, man, do you feel like Jerry Lewis in the 30-hour telethon?
Well, I'm sure you do. I got to hand it to you. You're a trooper, man. 5 hours. I went to the office, and then the network came down, so I ran back here. I've been in 2, 3 meetings, and then I popped into this. So, but
Nice.
I've been watching. You've been going like this. So, no doubt.
That's what we do. That's what we do in rock and roll. Well, thank you everybody for joining us. I'm David Ellefson with Megadeth, longtime Jackson fan, enthusiast, endorsee, signature product guy. John Romanowski here, my counterpart at Jackson, if you will. He's the boss, basically. He is the VP category management of specialty brands, which is Jackson, Charvel EVH. So I got to tell you, John, as we wrap up here, and everybody, thank you so much for hanging with us for these last 5 hours. And I always learn a lot from every musician I ever play with, work with. 3 incredible players today of, guys just in their what the things they invent. I got to say what I learned from Brandon. He had some great. He reminded me of some of the legacy stuff from back in the early days with Charvel, Jackson as well, with Angel Vivaldi. I mean, meticulous detail. What's interesting is between him and Misha, they both are into the Goto bridges, the basswood bodies.
Mm-hmm.
It reminds me of the cutting edge nature of Jackson and Charvel, that we are not an old fart guitar company. Everything we do is about forward thinking, cutting edge. It's like we're like the Tesla of guitars, new technologies. And I got to tell you, John, you're doing great stuff. I don't see as much of the guitar stuff because obviously I'm over on the other side of the fence in bass world, so I just want to commend you on the great stuff you've been doing.
Well, I tried to touch on it earlier this morning. It's, it takes a village, literally. I mean, I have a great team. These are Tier 1 operators, Pete and Matt, exceptionally talented people. And on the R&D side, and on the manufacturing side, I mean, the talent is just off the charts. And we also have engineers. I didn't mention this. We have engineers that are also stationed overseas. So Samsung, West, and they're based in Korea, but their task is to go to different factories and make sure that the factories are being compliant with quality standards and helping them introduce new techniques and things like that. So, those are the folks that really make things happen, right? I'm here. I'm the guy. I'm the accountability guy, right? When it goes wrong, you line me up.
Sitting in your posh office in Scottsdale. It's funny. You and I, right as COVID was hitting, literally a year ago, things were starting to shut down. Megadeth tours were shutting down and rescheduling. You and I met in the parking lot with, I think, socially distanced with masks on or something. Like, do we touch each other? Do we wave? Do we fist bump? And we were handing off. You were giving me a sample of a couple of new basses here, probably this silver and this black one here. But I remember you were saying how guitar sales were driving up. We met a few months later, and we were talking about that very thing. We've got people stationed overseas, obviously this time of pandemic, concerned about everybody's health and well-being, and factories overseas. And you've got an incredible job with forecasting. Of if we're going to make this instrument, how many months out do we have to plan? When does it launch? You kind of like pick the launch date and work backward. I've kind of learned a lot, very similar to how we put out records. We kind of we choose a date. The tour is going to start here. The album's coming here, and then we've got to work backwards. We've got the single, the delivery, the mix, the master, the final guitar part is played. So your world of building guitars is not much different than my world of making records.
For sure.
But you said, guitar sales are through the roof. Fortunately for a lot of the people watching, we've been home. We've had some extra time this last year, so people are picking up guitars. They're buying equipment. They're making music. So we appreciate that. Thank you for choosing Jackson and Charvel and EVH when you make those choices. We appreciate that. And I tell you what I learned from Misha about this bridge and the fan fret. I know you and I have talked about that, and how far do we go? Obviously, bringing things over. I think Charvel and Jackson are a company where these guitar players have influenced the bass market as much as anything, and I know I've been influenced by guitar players a lot myself as an artist. I love when these guys are going way out on a limb, you know, and the stuff you've been doing with these guys. So I think we'll have some very interesting bass roundup catch-up meetings after
Oh,
this
yeah.
little session today. This
I
has
was
been
taking
good.
notes so I can
Yep.
prepare for discussions.
It's been very educational. Yeah, exactly. We'll have stainless steel fret basswood out probably by Christmas. You know,
That's what with an Everton Bridge.
yes, yeah, with the Evergreen Bridge or the Evertoon Bridge, exactly. So, well, listen, Jocelyn at Andertons, Helen behind the scenes. She is the one behind the curtains, pulling the strings, making this whole stream happen here over in London. So thank you, ladies, for that. Thank you for the whole team who has been here making this thing run so seamlessly and putting all the technology together and making me and John and Brandon and Misha and Angel look like we know what we're doing here, making us look like rock stars. So we appreciate that. Mike Tempesta as well, artist relations for Jackson over here in the United States, Jackson Charvel and EVH, and all the fans, friends, players, and musicians around the world. Thank you so much for spending your day with us here on the Jackson Charvel and EVH Takeover, sponsored by Andertons. We will see you soon. God bless.